time thing that was interesting. People being saying one thing, and then when it comes to push come to shove, they are scared to push back. So it is what it is. That happens a lot. A lot of people get different when situations stage the way it is. And they don't expect people to pull up and actually defend themselves. So it happens.
Hey, Beachy, what you think about these male groupies that's out here?
Okay, I'm gonna type in ladies. I'm gonna see if they got questions. I might be able to help a little bit because I've been working some stuff, y'all, on this with our race, and we'll come back to that. Male groupies been a while for a long time. After doing my little bit with the hip hop sector and having to fight my way even to the front of the stage, even at concerts, events, promo events, whatever it is. At some point, men began to be the ones at the front of the stage instead of all the cute women, the pretty girls, what you would expect, the sexy chicks would be front row. But now it's all the men, and the women got to fight, nuck and buck their way to the front of the line just to be able to see a show. The fact that we've been having to do that, male groupies has been on a high rise over the last 15 years minimum. So it's like that in the physical world. They all up in the front and gathered together and oh, can I get an autograph, my guy, and all that extra stuff. And the women back like, well, damn, they don't want us up there no more. Y'all want this nigga. So it's been like that, and I see it just transferred over to the virtual world. So I guess.
BJ, that shit is wild.
I have several events and probably on footage having to elbow my way in through crowds because the men up there hogging all the best seats, the VIP seats, the special sections, the men over there taking them all, and the ladies now like, wow. So when did this happen? But yeah, it is a real thing. Male groupies, it is a terrible look. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself grouping up over another man like that, stroking his ego. Why not just ask him for an autograph? Been over and twerk for him. I don't know, but I just know at some point y'all start clapping cheeks harder than us.
Oh Lord! So you saying, hold on, B, you saying the men are standing on couches?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh Lord, no, say this is so. I know it ain't a bunch of men out there on a Instagram blowing hookah smoke and standing on couches. I know we don't got no proof of men blowing hookah smoke and standing on couches. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Marvelous. What's going on with these brothers?
I can't speak to it, man. I'm only trying to figure out symptoms. So from what it sounds like honestly, they got no fatherhood. Honestly, it feels like there's no dads in their life. So it is what it is. I mean, over 90% of people have no fathers in their life now. It seems like from 70 to 90, it's pretty high.
The proper Marvelous, the fathers are the ones that beat you talking about. The ones that's outside in the clubs. Those are grown men that have children.
And guess what? I bet their father wasn't in their life neither. Misguided. It is what it is. I'm just saying, it's a continuous pattern.
Go ahead, Beachy.
They're just bedazzled. They see, I mean, we just saw what happened. People do a lot of cash money talk. And little buddy, little buddy Anton hit the link, and everybody, they was fixing their hair and popping their collar, getting their chapstick together. Like, hold on, Anton up here. Oh, they wanted to make sure they was real fresh for their guy, and pulling their hats down, and like you said, somebody back in ad-libbing, whispering, laid a whole track out, just doing a whole lot. But when saying none of that same stuff that they say when it's otherwise, so it's definitely giving Fugazi and fake it in a $3 bill energy.
Goddamn! Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Supreme Goddess PhD. But how you doing today? She on mute.
Martin Luther King Day. I'm driving, and so I just wanted to be able to charge and drive. So I don't have nothing to say for real. Oh, except. Hey, you so damn stupid.
Yo, it is so crazy for me to see. And I also found it interesting, like, the whisper class. Now that we hear, and the link is open for the whisper class to come up and state his feelings and whisper it in my ear. Now he quiet. He's quiet as kept. He had all that smoke for me in the chat, and now he don't got nothing to say. The link is open.
Well, there was some whole shit he was doing with that, mumbling under his breath stuff the whole time, but the man was right there. So, and then no, I wasn't the one who said I'll fight you.
Yeah, that was crazy. Checked them in real time.
I mean, she's not lying. Hey, PhD, I mean, be direct with it. If you can't be direct with what you're saying, it don't count. It has no merit. It's null and void. So just be direct with what you got to say. You ain't got to be doing all that. Put it on the beat. Like, are we adults here? This is childish behavior. This is, this is very elementary. It's giving middle school, talent show competition energy. It's just not. It's not giving what grown men how they should be conducting themselves around just another grown man who got the same problems as the next man. Like, he ain't special, but
So let's open it up a bit then. Let's talk about that.
And for anybody that want to hit the link is pinned at the top. Shout out to Misha Mack. And so, like, my only issue is, what is your take on men calling their brothers up and crying to them at 3 a.m. saying we need to get back together as brothers?
All right. So since he asked, okay, I think that is the most bitch made version of a man you can be. As women, we ain't even calling up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Only women calling at 3 o'clock in the morning to ask a man for anything is anything good. Okay, most they're not having mental breakdowns or having a come to Jesus moment or Bible study or let's talk about anything. Nothing good goes on, particularly at 3 a.m. conversations. I mean, could he not call at 7, like normal business hours between 9 and 5 or 6 or maybe 7? Isn't there a law where soliciting for funds, like the collection people? Isn't it a cutoff time? Like, they can't call your house after 8:30 or 9. I know I saw that somewhere. I don't get too many collection calls, but I know I get some telemarketers. And I think past 9 p.m. is an inappropriate time to be calling, asking for any type of funds for whatever you need it for. So that in itself is going against the solicitation principles in this whole, and it's tricking, because if you got to do it, that's tricking hours. Okay, tricking hours are, between midnight into the sunrise, when people start crying and giving you their deep dark secrets and need something in return from you. They usually turn into a financial matter, and why you shouldn't be on the internet podcasting or doing anything technical if you cannot afford the basic essentials. And one of those basic essentials is a laptop. They're easy, accessible. They don't cost that much. I mean, they even got paid. Don't they got paid for later? Damn. Programs where, like if you can't pay it all at one time, I think PayPal got to pay for later. You don't have to pay it all at one time. You can break that money down. So was he really needing the money for a laptop, or was it something that he need the 500? He tricked the 500 out of Ali to go trick that same money with a bitch? Because I don't understand why you just couldn't make a layaway plan. Do a pay for later on the laptop. They're not that expensive. So it looked like he tricked with Ali, got the money, and went and tricked with the whole, and used that as an excuse. Like, I need a laptop, man. I can't go live at 3 a.m. Why are you up talking to me on the phone? Is that what y'all do, Sharon?
I ain't never did it.
Hey, y'all up at 3 in hours of the nighttime. What is there to talk about on the phone?
Hey, Marvelous, what you think
about a laptop?
Huh?
Who was asking for money for a laptop?
Oh yeah. Eric Philosophical. He called up Ali and said, "Hey, bro, I'm trying to do this podcasting thing, but I need a laptop." And Ilkan Ali bought him a $500 laptop.
Oh, that was nice. See, that's brothers helping brothers. What
Absolutely.
You call them? Peanut butter buddies.
Diva at 3 a.m. At 3 in the morning, huh?
They peanut butter.
He couldn't ask.
They peanut butter
brothers.
So basically, they was cupcaking. According to Manistee terminology, they was cupcaking at wee hours in the morning at 3, and you just felt it in your spirit to call your homie Man, and tell him start crying, man. It's hard out here for a pimp. I ain't got no money. I can't afford a laptop. I can't even go live tomorrow. Like, it wasn't like you're gonna get the laptop right then and there. So you couldn't wait till morning. So proper business hours to execute. That's all I'm saying. Could you not wait a couple of more hours to sunrise or proper business hour to facilitate business? Why it got to be done in the vampire hours, in the creepy crawling, tricking, fishnet, walk of shame hours? It's hope out.
Hey, Marvelous. So if your wife was to walk in and on you 3 a.m, you pouring your heart out, crying to one of your brothers that y'all broke up, what you think is going to be her reaction to you crying and confessing how much you want to get back with your brother?
That's so weird, bro. I don't even know what to say to that shit, because it just says, like, first off, you are in the room by yourself, and then your wife walks in on you. That's already looking bad already. And you crying and sniffling. Your wife's gonna be like, "What the fuck's going on?" And then you go on talking about, "I'm trying to make things up with my brother," praying to God that she takes that's your actual blood brother. Because I give grace to that. That's an actual sibling. That's, it's one thing. But it's someone you just know out here. And that's just weird. That's just weird.
It's super weird, because it's one thing if there is a female in the house and she hear you up on the phone, like, who you talking to? Yeah, she's gonna ask. Your wife gonna ask, like, who you on the phone with crying like that about? And then it could find out you go over there having a whole breakdown about a laptop with a stranger on the internet that you don't know how their dang on breath smells. Okay, you just able to open yourself up like that in your little finances. And I mean, it was just a little 500. The 500 couldn't wait till the morning time. I just don't understand what is going on with the hours of communicating. It's not appropriate. Even your ego and pride should say, "I'm gonna wait till tomorrow when dude get up or moving, and I'm gonna talk to him about this." But you just pick the phone up, like when you can call somebody like that, that means you have had more than one 3 a.m. conversation. If I feel that comfortable, Sharon, I can call. It's 3 a.m. I'm finna call Sharon and start dry begging for a computer.
Somebody better have died, right? Like, that's what
right. I'm thinking. Or if that's not the case, it would mean that you and I have a rapport that we're used to being on the phone, having late night conversations, and it's not appropriate at all to them, because that's what they do is cupcake all late time at the night. So what we think is you couldn't wait till in the morning or the next day during normal business hours. They probably see it as we on the phone all time tonight, 3 to the sunrise, cupcaking with each other, talking about our problems or whatever else it may be. So that's how I saw that, because if you're that comfortable to do that, right? Y'all been doing that. Then that wasn't the first time he called him at 3. That just happened to be the one they talking about.
How did this conversation get out?
Because they were talking about men being vulnerable with women.
Okay.
And then so Fatty said, "But you was being vulnerable with me when you called me at 3 a.m. crying."
Oh, Fatty, you foul for that, bro. Fatty's foul, bro. Oh my God, that nigga is foul. That was some bitch made shit right there, boy.
I told you it was bitch foul.
Yo, that's foul.
You called and told me that you wanted to.
Mr. Telephone Man, that's off a call on my line. He's calling for a laptop. I'm gonna answer every time.
Where's Fatty Levette though?
Telephone Man. See, I don't know what y'all got going on. But like I said, anybody that comfortable, anybody calls my phone at them type of hours, they're comfortable enough with me. We have rapport that it wouldn't be looked at as who on my phone? Why is my phone ringing at 3 a.m? And I'm gonna be honest, we're probably not talking about the conversation probably is gonna be a bit not for the public. So if you're not having a mental health breakdown or a 911 call, like Sharon said, a family emergency, why is my phone going off at 3 about your goddamn, like somebody getting cussed out over here? That's female friends alike and everything, okay?
But there's some context there, though, because Fatty, isn't he in Portugal?
Right.
Yeah, I would say that's the
Okay.
big difference. It's like a nice. Well, it depends on where the other guy's calling from. I don't know, but like I know Fatty not in the United States, so if it's 3 o'clock where he's at, it might be 9 o'clock where the dude was calling at, or at least 12 o'clock, between 9 and 12, somewhere between that time. But even then, like you said, like it might be something he's comfortable with because Fatty does do a lot of night. On his side, he has to be nighttime because we up in daytime, so it's night where he's at. So Fatty might be okay taking calls at weird times of night because he's talking to us at weird times anyway. But other
But wasn't
guys,
Ali the one that took the call?
who Ali?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's context I didn't know about.
And look, all I know is a bunch of men saying talking about me and shit. And then when we start peeling back that onion, we turn this into a cry fest. There ain't a lot of man shit going on. There ain't a bunch of men calling each other, crying on each other's shoulder, talking about how much I miss you. And these are men that they've never even been around.
That's
the crazy part, right? It's not like we're talking about brothers that you've been in arms with, you've been side to side in military situations,
right,
and you almost passed away. You got shot and I had to hold you. You almost died in my arms. We ain't talking about that kind of brothers. We talking about brothers that was on the panel together and they reminiscing on how they used to talk late at night.
So they having a reminisce about the days with. So they having a moment. I'm sorry. There's nobody on this internet, male or female alike, that I wake up out of my sleep at 3 a.m. and all of a sudden I feel in my spirit, I miss you. I need to call you. I hope you pick up. It's strange hours and vampire hours and crackhead times. Okay, we call that drunky stunts and crackhead hours. Why are you calling me to tell me how you feel and how you miss me, and then to squeeze out a half a stat?
That's crazy.
You know, that just doesn't happen in the world of sensibility. That happens on crackhead hours, calling at strange hours for money, and some other questionable behavior time. Normal business people don't operate like that.
There's shame in it. There's a shame element in it because you figure, like, for the most part, if you got to do something late at night, it is usually a shameful thing. So maybe the person did not feel secure enough to speak on it during business hours. Maybe felt like this was an after hours type of thing because I don't want people to know I'm here to do business with you in this manner, or at least talk about it. But like I said, like if it was something like that, I'm surprised Fatty would even put that out there like that. That's crazy because clearly it was consensual. It was like,
Marvelous, can you imagine if I did something like that?
If you told me something, like you hit me up an email first, I'd be like, get this email me first.
About me. It would be a whole different situation. Shout out to
if you did that, that'd be crazy. I was like, that was fake news.
I reviewed that video that you sent me. It was a good video. I want to say I appreciate that video, DOD.
I couldn't imagine you doing that, Siobhan, because I thought fake news or I need actual voice recording. Because you don't seem like the type of guy that asks anybody for anything like that. Unless it was family, and you really had a serious family emergency going on, you'll contact other family members. You're going to contact no one here. Maybe, I mean that at the highest, maybe PhD, but I even doubt that. So like I said, I couldn't imagine anyone you would call for any particular reason whatsoever.
Right, and can you imagine what they would say about me if I did something like that?
That you was bitch made.
Thank you. That's what would be said. And I wonder why it doesn't happen to these other people. It's just weird to me. I thought we supposed to be standing on man code. Man shit is man shit.
I don't think all of y'all on the same level of men. And I don't think everybody, is what they claim to be. That's why it's okay to do that type of hoism. That like you gonna call me on hoe times and trick with me at 3 a.m. That's why I said it's tricking. Just because men trick too, men trick with other men. Tricking does not have limitations. Tricking does not have a gender specific. Okay, homeboys trick with each other all the time. I hope there was an exchange. Did you get your money back, or did he have to twerk off the 500? I'm more interested in how was repayment made. Because you all men, y'all getting up on this internet. God getting up on Jesus's internet and doing a lot of talk about you got it like that. Y'all want to give out community advice and let's go and re-engineer the young people. You can't re-engineer nobody. You can't afford a laptop. You need to re-engineer your finances and figure out why you don't have $500 and you a grown man. That's peanuts. That's peanuts. Ain't no way you can't re-engineer anybody. That man don't even say nothing about children anymore. Nothing he want to add or do for the race because he can't even handle $500. You know what it costs out here to change one child's life? It's going to cost a lot more than $500. So he's not qualified to speak at all again about re-engineering, as he stated, the children for them to be the hope for the future. You don't got your finances together, my guy. So re-engineer that goddamn credit report and figure out why you couldn't at least get a simple credit card or a pay later approved credit to get the equipment that you need to be great out here. Re-engineer that.
And I just want to say, hey, look, and I get it. We all go through some things, right? We all been through. Growing up, you're gonna go through some things. However, when you're going through those things, you cannot be out here faking like you are something that you are not, because you will absolutely get exposed. Like that's why, like I really talk about money because I know how quick it can come and go. Some months I'm really well up, and some months I'm like, hey, I'm about to go back outside and hop off the porch. Like I gotta do what I gotta do, BG. Like I'm like, hey, I don't know how we're gonna eat, but we're gonna figure it out. I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do. And I know, especially attempting to be an entrepreneur, it's gonna go up and down because you got to spend so much money to get it to come back. So it's going to happen, but when you are out there acting like you are the man and you have the plan, and then you go and crying to other men, that's the person you need to be pushing out there in the world and say, hey, I'm Ralph Transvat. I'm a man with sensitivity.
Mr. Telephone. Some's on my line. So we can't even have, y'all don't want us to have nothing. Y'all don't want the women to have anything. We're supposed to be the bitches calling. I'm supposed to be able to, Marvelous, it's late. Did I wake you up? I'm so sorry, but I'm really going through, I don't know, selling some type of some made up shit to try to squeeze some money out of him, to better my situation and leave him lesser. That's what y'all say the women do, right? But the men, because y'all want to have everything and don't want us to have nothing, y'all done took that from us. There should have been a woman on Ali line tricking and getting that laptop money. It should have been.
Not only that, BT, the lady Anna Kasparian, she said she met her husband when he was down and out, couch surfing the couch to couch.
I call that cap. Now back on Anna.
I believe her. These men be out here on them couches, BT. I'm telling you.
I know, and and men in a certain type of economic, you got to look at them where they are, in their social and physical capacity. Everybody couch surfing ain't the same. Like some look, white people don't get offended, but some people. Couch surfing is the way she said it. She said couch surfing like he just hadn't landed him a spot yet. Don't try to be slick, Anna, not because I'm sorry, ain't no woman who was on the Forbes list finna come down here and try to tell me that, oh, you just married a bum off the street. Stop playing, girl. Stop playing. You're not finna play those type of games with me because she was on the Forbes list. She is a millionaire. And she did not meet a bum off the street. She's using that couch surfing very loosely, as they do in their race. The man was a professional athlete and now a model and is bringing in money. I did go and look them up, and I'm just trying. So she tried to make that sound like she stooped down lower than what she was to help him out. But she also knew he had potential and he was going to be playing a ball again soon. So that story did not work. It went right over my head. Like, girl, stop playing games. You did not meet a poor man that had no potential to earn, and you built him up into something great. He was already a ball player. He was going to be back out there playing. Must have been between seasons. Okay, he probably had moved out from his roommate. See, that's their version of couch surfing. It doesn't mean I can't get my own place. I'm homeless and I'm a French fry away from starving to death. Some of these people, a millionaire's version of couch surfing is, they just haven't opened up a new the building I want to move into just hasn't opened up a spot yet. So they're on their other rich friend's couch. So let's not get it twisted like she met homeboy that was, hadn't made it yet and didn't have two nickels to rub together. She was capping.
Okay, I like that. I'm glad you did the research in that because that is important because definitely I did the same thing before. Somebody came, slept on my couch for maybe 3 weeks to a month, And right after that, they moved into a $600,000 house that they paid for in cash.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, right. They don't mention that part. Oh, I met him and he was kind of right, but they were also waiting for their home to get done being built. Something with a room, like it's something to that. It's not like they were just poor, busted, and disgusted. So that's not going to work, especially with his background and his ability to earn money playing professional baseball, and then now he got a whole album about to drop. Like, stop playing, Anna. Your husband got an album about to come out. Is she out here? That's what she out here trying to slick promote her husband album. I don't know how he went from a professional baseball player to a model to now he's dropping albums. But apparently they got time and money. You can have all type of careers. You don't gotta. You can do what you can be an athlete on Monday, a model on Wednesday, and by the weekend you dropping a new album. I digress.
I like it. I like that you gave me that information because I don't really know about this young lady. I've seen her face before, but I don't know what her talking points are. I don't know what side of the coin she is on.
Well, I'll give you some more history. She also doesn't believe in having children. She has stated, I went and watched a whole video on her about she's just not with kids. She thinks they're too expensive. She doesn't want to do it. It's not for her. Okay, so, but you got a lot of information to give about care and children, unqualified people to be speaking on that. You don't even want kids, so this won't even be your story. So I don't know why she was even. You can't say someone can speak on something because they haven't done it. But when it comes to this type of nature, yeah, it's two women up here, neither who have children, and both of them don't want it. And also, Anna, girl, you a whole atheist. I went and looked and, well, what do you believe in? What does she really stand on? She don't stand on nothing. No God or anybody. So you got, and you're on the Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk train. I went all the way to find out. Let me see what type of time she on. No, ma'am, you cannot be trusted. So I mean, just because she won up Pearly, because I know the space don't like Pearly, I get it. I don't like it either. But that don't make Anna the MVP because they are really one and the same. They're one and the same, and Anna just got the better up on Pearly, but they're the same white female supremacists, both of them in millionaire status, one on the Forbes list, Pearly not, but she could be, and they both don't want kids. So I'm trying to figure out why they even debating each other, because they just a different version of the other one just ugly and one just look better. One tall, one ugly, one pretty.
Before I pass
one
it
married,
to
one not.
Before I pass it to Marvis, let me shout out to the Cash App. It says, other than PhD Diva, I like it you by yourself. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, baby girl. Get out the camera. You trying to sneak on the camera. Yes, you are. You know better. Also, shout out to the Cash App. It says, I got $1. Thanks as always. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. You trying to sneak us? She tried to sneak. She snuck on camera. Not tried. She did.
Let her have her 15 minutes. She was cute.
She's supposed to be doing her goddamn schoolwork. That's what she's supposed to be doing.
She went to school today?
She goes to school every day. We homeschool.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We choose when we school them. You know what I'm saying? We don't care about.
Yeah, for sure. I forgot. You good? I just forgot about that. I was gonna say that I think the only thing they debated about was because Pearl, she's anti-feminist, and what's the name? She is classical feminist. So I think that was really what the whole tension was about, because that's what they don't align with. Pearl is on some other shit. Excuse my language. She's just on some other stuff right now. I like I said, pandering for the most part, trying to cater to men's feelings. That's all her whole shtick is. It's very emotional. She'll pull out some statistics, but that stats and statistics, for no matter what stat it is, it's only going to paint a particular narrative every time. It's a framing. It's the narrative-driven type stuff. So that's all she does. Anna, I've known her from the Turks. She has a very interesting history, because she's been everywhere politically. She's been on both sides, and now she's trying to get somewhere in the middle right now, trying to be more realistic with her approach. I haven't followed her too much. I just like stuff like this one time I see her when she's going viral. Otherwise, I don't really know much about her like that, as far as that much. But yeah, that's different. It's just feminism. That's all it is.
And I think she did a good job defending feminism. And Pearl did not do a good job of defending her position while women should be back doing I don't know what. But no, she proved a good point that hey, all these stats that these red pillars and all these people that is on that side of conservatism are just wrong. Feminism don't have anything to do with any of those talking points whatsoever.
No, I don't. Um, Shoot, I'm not gonna get into the debate, but
And not only it doesn't like I was telling guys be careful. Let's not cheer too loud because when y'all see her over there lighting her candle, singing that "We Are Charlie Kirk" song, you're gonna feel a type of way. She doesn't get a point a pass either. She just same devil, different dress. I mean, I'm sorry, it just is what it is. So it's like, hold on now. I caught when Pearlie said, you coming down from your ivy white tower. That went over a lot of people's head because Anna does live in an ivory white tower. Like you stay in, you have multiple homes and estates, and you live up in the tower. That was a direct shot to now you want to come down here and like you can relate to the struggling woman with financial issues of child care support. How am I going to make it without my husband? But you on a Forbes list, you live in a tower, multiple houses, you're a multimillionaire, and you don't even want kids in the first place. So what are you doing, darling? Like you never ever plan on having children, have spoken about it, been vocal. So what are you doing here? Like what's going on? Like, so I kind of caught that. Mm-hmm. I ain't for neither one. I'm not for nobody who not for me. And they are not for us. Okay. They're throwing out the stats that directly affect us and women that nobody cares to because it affects us dying and not them. They could care less about the HPV. Why we gotta carry that torch. And the infant mortality rate, I don't know if you got to that part yet, but they're going to speak on that. I'm like, but it's us. Black women are the leading cause of death in childbirth, and our kids are dying more in infant mortality rate. And not only are we the leading race, the white women way down in the middle, we're like 2 to 3 more times to die doing childbirth. In 2026, y'all, almost three times more. And in some cases, it says more to die than a white woman. In childbirth, and it's 2026, we should be past that. And it's increasing at a 0.5%. So that means, infant mortality, not only are we leading in death, it's going higher. And I have not been able to get that answer yet. I'm working on it, but I'm not liking what I'm seeing. Why are we dying in childbirth more than anybody, no other race on the planet? I need an answer, and I'm working on it. I just haven't gotten one I'm either willing to come out here and say on the internet. And why are our children dying more in childbirth than any other race?
I would say look more into nutrition. Look more into nutrition. Look more into sleep patterns. There's a lot of different things that comes to our physiology of our body and stuff like that. Every person has to do their own due diligence to figure out what's up with the body. As we know, we are different biologically everyone's different biologically, but everyone needs to figure it out. We can't just assume that what's good for her is good for me and vice versa. And we've already discovered that with certain things in medical practices. Not just because we have deeper or bone density or heart size or something that's different. It's the way we function. It's our environment. This is not a natural environment. This is all man-made stuff, okay? We are more grounded. We're probably the most grounded people on the planet and doing the most unnatural things. And then we get surprised that we're getting affected the most. Because again, this is not our adaptation. And the thing is, we have people who don't really work on us to know us, but we should be knowing us. That's the thing. We should be outsourcing our bodies as an experiment to these people. We shouldn't be doing that. We should be at least trying to examine who we are and know who we are to our diet, to our environment, to our habits, everything. There's nothing wrong with us. It's that we are in the wrong place to be trying to adapt to what they do to themselves. That's how I see it.
Okay. I can rock with that, which not to deviate, but would let Sharon know how I already knew when they were talking. I'm like, oh, honey, we already, no, we a team sexy nurse over here. We want to know why we're leading with HPV dramatically. When did that happen? Because that wasn't the case 25 years ago. We want to know, when did it switch? How did it switch? I don't hit the CDs. I need answers that don't just hit in the last 10 years. They need to give me stats that go all the way back to the early 2000s when they started first running those HPV tests. in the oncology centers on Black women, because we need to know, when do we start leading with ovarian and cervical cancer? It used to be a point, because that's what HPV leads to. For the people who don't know, HPV that virus that lays dormant in female, it is, they didn't even want to tell the white people it was STD for a long time, because husbands were not understanding, what do you mean my wife got an STD, and now it's grown into this cancer. They didn't, it was so hard to understand at first. They withheld even telling people it was women, because white women were the ones with ovarian and cervical. It took a while before Black women, it even made it to us. But they held back that data that it was an STD, because they didn't want husbands thinking their wives cheat on them. It's like, no, they can lay dormant in your body for 33 decades, 40 years. Something that happened at 16 that just lay dormant in your body, never went anywhere. And bam, you wake up and you got freaking cancer, all because of that HPV. So that's what that's about. All right.
Let me read the super chat. Shout out to Shadow the Time Watch with $2. What percentage of Black women have OBGYNs? Do you have that information on the top of your head, BG?
What percentage of Black women hasn't? Are they trying to say?
He said have. He meant to say have.
Well, OBGYN is if you've had a baby, you had to go to a OBGYN doctor. You had to go to an obstetrician gynecologist. I mean, I'm just saying, whether or not you have an OBGYN or not, doesn't have anything to do with that HPV. It can't just be dug up out your body. That's not how that works. It may go away on its own or something, but you can't go and abstract that out. You know, if you're lucky and blessed, you won't wake up and got pre-cancer cells or the worst, just full-blown cancer with it. At best, now you can get a vaccine, and the men, not just the girls will be offered first, but your sons can also be vaccinated, because I mean, the woman can't give herself HPV. You know, my Marvels would have to give me the HPV, and I would just be carrying it. He just can't get cervical ovarian cancer. I can. So HPV not going to affect him. It can just lay in his body till he die. But for me, it would turn into the unfortunate. So there's vaccination for both sexes, the men and the women. So that's, you know, without the women having it, if the women have it, if the men don't get it, it should help, you know, with that. But even if the men can get it too, if they want to not be a help contributing factor to lead it, if they cared about women's cancer in our reproductive areas, you know, and not pass it on, but it doesn't affect them, it affects us. So
nice. That's some great information. Also, we gotta understand there's men catching it in their throat. How do they catch HPV in their throat? There's only one way to get it. And that's with physical contact. That's all I gotta say about that.
But you're right though. That's all I'm saying. It's just physical contact. It's not just STD. You can shake someone's hand who is actively outbreaking, who probably touched their genitals, then touched you, and then you contracted it. It's very easy. Children get it too. It's no joke. It really is a skin-to-skin contact thing. It's really all it is.
Absolutely. Welcome to the show, Eda Man Williams. I believe he's Brownie Ellie. I believe Eda Man says he got the information. Welcome to the show, Eda Man Williams.
I was thinking I might shouldn't even come, man, because like I didn't research this topic, and hey Beachy, by the way, I ain't seen you in the past. Hey, I researched this topic. And everybody think that with research, sometimes it becomes as an attack, and that's not my intentions. I love Black people, I just don't want people to take it that way. So that's why I'm like cautious with it. And the reason I'm cautious, like I said, is because I know that it's a sensitive subject.
Yeah,
I know that it's a sensitive subject. I know that. Even though what the facts says is more behind the facts than what we see, if that makes sense. So like, just because I looked at the facts doesn't mean that's the 100% outline of why that's happening, right? Like it can be a contributor factor, but it's not the 100% outline, right? So my sister, she had a very complex pregnancy, right? And I started noticing that a lot of Black women have this issue, right? My mother flew into town, and like her blood sugar dropped to some crazy amount of level. It was just crazy. And I was trying to figure out why was this happening, because I think BG is 100%. It is more common for black women to have this problem than other races. And so I sat down with a doctor and I started asking these questions. And then these are the things he kind of pushed me through some research. So he's like, this is what I believe it is, but go do your own research. So we went to here in Washington State. Can you guys still hear me, or did I go out?
Yeah, you're good now.
I go. So Washington State University, the medical institution, did a whole study on this. You can go look it up, right?
Okay.
And so the first area is black people and white people, and I know it's other races, but I'm just gonna say that for us to understand what we're talking about, right? So black people and white people take medicine different. Their bodies process the medicine differently, right? So I can put two people of two different races on the same like blood pressure medicine, and they have a different effect on it. So it was very dangerous. I don't know if y'all heard this. Like when everybody started doing these genealogy tests, medical companies wanted to buy these companies, and like the pharmaceutical companies want to buy these companies. And the reason they want to buy it because they can genetically modify a medicine to work for certain races and not other. And races might not be the right word, but certain blood types, this medicine work better for if you O blood type versus negative. So when you start going down this rabbit hole, because that's what it is, first thing you realize is that medicine doesn't work the same over races. So in my sister's situation, the medicine they gave her caused her blood sugar to go way lower than what it was supposed to. But it wasn't that it was like malpractice. That same medicine, if they gave it to a different race, would have worked just as it was designed, right? So first of all, I think we have to get people to start creating medicine for black people. I know that sounds crazy.
Not people, but us. We should make our own medicine, like I said.
Yeah, perfect. But I'm just saying, but we need medicine designed for our type. So it's almost the same as like eating. My wife, she eat a whole bunch of rice. I eat a whole bunch of rice. You know what? I'll blow up. I get fatter than whatever, right? So what we start understanding is the race is just, they process things so differently, if that makes sense, right? And so once we start understanding how they process things differently, the second thing is, one thing we have to acknowledge, like I said, it doesn't sound good. Typically, black people are more out of shape than other people. And I'm talking about as a mass, right? I'm not talking about as individuals. I know Sharon can go run 10K today, right? But if you look at the overall things is another complex when it comes down to black women with and medical issues is them being overweight, having the high blood pressure, and having the diabetes. All right. So those things also contribute to those things too. So now we got medicine that's not designed for us, and we have people that's out of shape. Now it's almost like this is the perfect concoction that's actually happening to be able to make this person a higher risk than other people. Then the third factor, then we have certain people in the medical fields that treats black women different than they treat other races of women too, right? And that can be because of their level of insurance. That could be a level of, they believe that their level of poverty, different things. And so if you think about making a cocktail, right? You know, a lot of people say vodka's good, but you know, vodka and orange juice is good, but you put vodka, orange juice, and Sprite, now I got the perfect cocktail, right? So now I got these three things happening in this one group, and I think all of these things coming together is causing it why black women. It's a little bit more, but I don't want to go into it. But if you look at it, all of these things are happening at the same thing, and I think this is why we see a higher death rate, a higher and a lot like I said, that those are the people who have the highest chance of death is when you start talking about black women.
Okay. I don't know who want to take this. Okay.
I'll
I
take
was
it.
rocking with you, E. You're right about needing other information, but being that I'm a female and I'm a woman, I want to know why my sisters. You're not going to care like I did. You're not going to care like how I knew I donated my whole uterus to science. Okay, y'all want to study, you can have it. I don't need it anymore. I'm not having any more kids. Any more kids. You're not going to understand how it hits when we're like we're more how our fertility with white women, we're something like 80% more likely to have fertility issues when all we hear is black baby mama. There's black women out here having kids, black this, but we out here humping and pumping like rabbits and putting kids out. But the fact is, even with that infertility, once again, we're leading, and the answers to that, they're holding that, and I don't know who's gatekeeping that, but I got to keep knocking. I'm gonna keep scratching until I can get a answer that I can either accept or present, or just have to turn a blind eye because it's too much for me. But I checked into it. It don't have nothing to do with poverty. So meaning if I'm rich and I got money, the poor sister next to me who might not have nothing, we still just as equal to have those same death rates, same infant mortality. So I went into that part. It don't have anything to do with money and resources. Sorry, it didn't have anything to do with the diet. That's what people want to usually go to, but not when it comes to our fertility and that infant death and mortality. All of that, child, it has none of those things to do with it. It didn't have anything with income, what you're eating, anything, none of that. The best they could say is systemic racism. That's not going to be enough. You're not going to tell me because of systemic racism, black women out here dying on the goddamn in the childbirth room frequently more in 2026 over, and that's the best you can give me in systemic racism. So I had to keep going further and further, and then finding out why all of us got to keep getting our dang on hysterectomies done and removing our uterus once we get around about 45 to 50. What's going on there? It goes so deep. I'm not going to bring it to this platform because I'm not ready to present it yet like that, but it goes so deep. It does begin to raise a red flag. Like, hold on, who messing with our stuff down here? It shouldn't be this bad. And we're so high above everybody else. It feel like a target on my back, my sister's back, any sister I know. Like, what type of tool? Who put this on us? This is a lot to carry. So those things I'd had to look into, and those studies are going to tell you, no, they'll give you basically some vague answer of there is no answer. You're black, and it's what you're going to deal with. But that's not enough for me. So at best, I can get rates of when did this happen? Why are we increasing? When did we start increasing more and mortality? The best I can do is go back and try to see how it started to grow, and then find out when did we start carrying the HPV, because we were not the ones having it. They were studying black women not but 25 years ago. 20 years ago in the clinics on Friday on comp clinics and doing the studies on our cervix, while we didn't have it as frequently as another race, and somehow it flipped, and now we are, and I need that answer. So it ain't gonna have nothing to do with no diet. Okay, I don't know, it's not gonna be that, and I don't even know if they're gonna even be able to give me that, but I'm gonna try my best. And there's only one other thing, and I'm not gonna say it on this platform. I just can't do that. It's something else.
That's a question for clarity. Is your issue truly with the narrative that's been painted on black women, in a sense of like why the study, why the focus, and what is it supposed to project to the rest of the world? Or is this legitimately something that you find that maybe there's patterns among, like, thinking about trying to find patterns? That's gonna be tough, considering there's so many different decisions being made from different people. Like, I think that it's best for an individual, kind of like how Eden Man was doing, where he said himself, like, I had to do research for myself to see that I'm different, to figure out what I'm doing. So I look at it more like, if there's a group of people, no matter who it is, that have a particular area where they are, what they would say, narrative driven wise, lacking in, I would say, then are these people that are being put in statistics, are they even aware? Are they aware of their situation? Do they know themselves? In a sense of like, why should it have to be put on someone else outside yourself to know what's going on with your body? That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's my approach to it personally.
Well, we probably didn't know. And before Shadow jump in, I'll say this. he did say something that he was 1000% right. I didn't want to say that, but I'll say it now. It's going to tie back to the bloodline. It's going to tie back to our blood. And I don't know who's this the type of teacher. Some people just too scared to go into. I'm not. Let me what bloodline and who's carrying this trait and why is it that way? I'm all for that. Bring it to me. I dive into that type of stuff. But he did mention something about the blood and the bloodline. And if you keep studying, it's going to eventually come to actual science confirming, well, it's in the bloodline. And that's kind of like you got to keep doing deep search studies to get to that. And after that, now up for that person to say, well, how far do I want to take this? Whose bloodline? Are we talking about the curse of Canaan right here? Well, I need answers. And so it can go really, really deep. But I just want to say he did point that out. I heard him when he said something about the blood, and it is directly connected to all those issues going on. And I don't even know how we got this far on it, but I didn't want you to know that I did hear you, E. You were absolutely right about that blood. And that's what the defining factor is going to come back down to. Certain bloodlines are going to carry that predisposition. And I don't even know if they're going to get it up. You know, we got gatekeepers for that, but I'm going to be knocking and scratching because I want us to know. I want to be able to educate other women, myself, my daughter, my peers, my sisters, and say, girl, this is why all 10 of us was in surgery last year. It's supposed to happen between 45 and 50. 80% of us got to give up our uterus. That's pretty high. 80% of Black women between the ages of 45 and 50 are going to have to give up their uterus. So hopefully they've had children and done those things by then. If not, just know that it's going to probably happen. We don't talk about it, y'all. So y'all getting some exclusive here, but I'm here to let you know today. If you got a woman, something going on, she is nothing she did. She was prone to that. And I don't understand it. And the science is not giving enough. So I just start asking for, you can call CDC, you can call Mayo Clinic and ask who's got this study. You have to pay for some of it. Our information are free. So you have to come out of my pocket a little bit and pay for some stuff, how far back I want to go and see if I can, at least get until I'm satisfied. I'm just not satisfied right now, but I am trying, y'all. I'm working. Good job.
This is a great conversation. Let me get a chance. Got Eat a Man, and then we bring in Josh right after. Josh, you can go right after Eat a Man.
All right, give me a second.
And then when you really start understanding this, because like she said, it does go deeper than what people think it is. So then it comes down to, I think, and people think I'm crazy, but I think that we need to completely abandon modern medicine. I know that sounds crazy to people. I think if you look at half of the problems we have today are typically side effects of other things that's going on. So you start asking this question, what are these pharmaceutical companies doing that is genetically changing our bodies? We're genetically struggling with things that for 2,000 years we didn't. And so when you start understanding what these people, because a lot of these issues, like dialysis is a good example, right? Dialysis does so much bad to the body, but they think that this keeps the body alive, right? And like if you start understanding chemo, you start understanding these things. And I had a mentor, got cancer, went down to South America and came back healed. I don't know what's going on in South America, but it wasn't this modern medicine thing that's happening. So like a lot of things that we're doing is we go to someone, and just because someone sat down and they got a PhD and they listen to some folks who really pay for that program to be into place, we start listening, saying, this person know what it takes for me to be able to go. And then you start understanding that these people start having heart failure. Like if you really start going down this rabbit hole, it's like, why did a physician tell me this instead? Like me, when me losing 60 pounds, a physician was like, we can give you Ozempic, right? And then I went to go see, I went to go talk to what's them people, like herbalists, and the herbalist said, hey, we just gonna remove all sugar out your diet for the next 60 days, and I lost 67 pounds, right? So we start asking these questions. First, we understand it's about a capitalist money thing, that it's about being able to use something to make money that's artificial, right? And then you gotta start asking this, what are the things that they're giving to these women while they're at the hospital? Because a lot of these people, you take these same black women, you remove them from the hospital system, and they have like a home birth. It seems like the rates of them having these complications go down. This is so I'm just telling you, like, we gotta start asking ourselves, is this medical system really designed for us to get ahead? Then we gotta start asking ourselves is, what is happening? It gotta be something, me walking into this room versus me being at home in a bathtub, that my chances are increasing, that my, like I'm just telling you, like, then we don't even let me start talking about these epiderm. Like, they start sticking.
Hold on, before he loses thought, y'all all finna start stoning me in the manosphere. Sharon probably gonna stone me. Marvel's gonna stone me. E. But I'm gonna tell y'all, the only person who brought this in was at the election. I know it's coming, but Kamala Harris brought it on the board and said, our women are dying more in childbirth. This is America. This should not be happening. And we need to go and do a deep dive, bring in money and resources to study this and figure this out. We are not a third world country. Why are our women, with all the technology, it's increasing? It's not that we're just, black women are and brown women are having more mortality death and childbearing death. It's increasing. And she brought that to the board, but it went right over people's head and nobody cared. But she did bring that up. I just had to say that was brought up in the presidential debate. I hadn't heard nobody mention it since. Nobody cares.
Like, it's something. I think we all agree that Kamala had a lot of things. Kamala had a lot of things that is beneficial for especially black women. I didn't agree with all her points, but yeah, I agree that we need to study this, and we start studying this. This is why when people start talking about a separation, it makes sense. Separating from people because they don't have our best interests. That's why those conversations start making sense.
I was also going to say, I want to say best interest is just in general, you should have your own best interest for yourself personally. It shouldn't be, again, this lesson here for me is do not outsource. And when I say we are the most grounded people, I mean, like, if you look at us genetically, we have history that goes back, like the furthest back. You know what I'm saying? We know that certain adaptations came along later, but who's been here the longest? Our genetic structure, how it is, it's been here the longest. So we cannot adapt to these new adaptations that are for newer people that's going on for this newer medicine. And the thing is, when it comes to medicine and practice, this is what kind of annoys me. There was a time, all right, you gotta remember, we didn't have big hospitals and people going in, and that wasn't a thing. We actually had information knowledge that we passed on. This is good for you. Try this. Mix this herb with that. You know what I'm saying? This is stuff that we had. Everyone had this information. What happened was we got caught up in my opinion, white collar bullshit, but basically got caught up in the money, going for opportunities, going different environments, going away from what you're familiar with, going to new places, changing. That's not a bad thing to change, but it's at the rate that you change, how fast we moved. We moved too fast, in my opinion, and got away from who we were. That's what I assume, you know, for our community looking at it. I think that we kind of got into the idea of individuality before the women did, in my opinion. I think feminism, I'm not gonna lie, is kind of one of the grounds of individuality. But I think it started with black folks, then it went on to the feminist movement. That's my little tidbit, something out there for you out there to look up for yourself.
No, but you got it. I'll digress with this because I know Shadow ready to jump in. There's some truth to that. Also, again, back what E had said, because of course, unlike Pearly over there, I know how to do comparisons, analogies. So if I know we leading with this, I want to know who in the middle, and I want to know who's in the least. And Asian women, the Asian culture, their women are the least likely to have any of these problems I mentioned. And we also know that Asian women, shout out to my Asian friends and sisters out there, their medicines and their culture, they stick to their stuff. Yes. They don't need to be sharing it with us. And they operate with whatever their medicinal program or thing they got going on. What they're using is working for them. So when we did deviate from whatever we had, it looked like that probably led us to all these other issues. So good point, Marvelous. And I was here to throw that in there because unlike some people, I want to see if we're the ones dying the most, who's living and who's not having them. I want both. Blacks leading, then non-Hispanic, whites were in the middle, and Asian women were at the bottom, least likely to have any of these problems, including death. death, childbirth, rearing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the cancer, all of that. They were in the bottom. So their medicines and something they doing must be working, okay?
I appreciate you still, man. And I really appreciate that. I have nothing more to say. You wrapped it up nicely. Thank you.
Who would have thought that, me coming with all that smoke, we get to such fruitful conversations. So I really appreciate a well-researched human being. Thank you so much, Beachy, for bringing that up. And I'm glad that they did bring it up in the debate so you could clarify what is actually happening. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, they were being very contradictory when they was like, oh, women are leading, and it's like, wait, hold on, you mean Black women are leading with that? Y'all aren't. And matter of fact, it go a little bit deeper. It's like, wow, y'all using our data to help win your debate because all that got to do with us. We're dying in childbirth. We're dying with the cancers now. We're leading with all that from the HP, everything they mentioned, not y'all. So I just find it mighty funny how they're speaking on our goddamn own struggles in their debate and then give us any type of not that I was expecting anything because I'm gonna get it myself. I don't need anybody else, no race. And I'm gonna get it how I get it. But I just thought that was mighty interesting because that's actually not their struggle. They're not having any type of struggles with HPV, nor child mortality death, nor childbirth death. That's not their struggles, let alone, don't even get me started with the child support, the lack of that ain't y'all struggle. So how y'all up here even like what are we doing? Like I'm perplexed and
with that we can move on to the child support situation. Why so many of these manosphere, these Rim brothers, Red Pill and Sam manosphere, these no good suckers, right? Why are they so stuck on this child support situation where majority, especially in our culture, majority of Black women are not even filing or putting them on child support in the first place? So why is it such a big talking point, in your opinion?
I have no idea. I listen and I'm like, this can't be real. I know plenty. I have to work with all the races of people, not just one. I know every Caucasian female I know there's not an issue with spousal, alimony, child support. They go fight, they do what they got to do. But I know plenty of my sisters who let men slide, and I'm like, girl, why are you doing that? I don't even want the drama. I do have an answer to that, but I don't want the sisters to start throwing stones at why I think it may be that. But we are the least likely to go and call child support enforcement and say, make an appointment, hear my baby daddy or whatever you want to call him, my ex-husband, hear his name, his information, put him on there, because child support will pay you, and then they'll go back and then they'll sue the father to reimburse them back. So you will, whether or not they find that man or he has a job, they will pay that female what it looks like he should be paying based on his average with his W-2s and stuff like that. They'll come up with a fair number until he goes in and disputes that. They come up with that. Child support enforcement was open during the government shutdown. Everybody was closed, but not the child support office was open. But we called. Because if they weren't going to cut on them stamps, y'all was going to be messed up out here. I was going to start a whole campaign and say, come on, y'all. Y'all can't get y'all stamps, so come get your child support because they're open, okay? So I have an opinion on why some of our women are allowing that to slide, why they won't do it, but I'm just going to save that because no one asked me. So I'm going to keep that to myself. And
I think the reason why it happens is because of potential, right? They still have some kind of obligation to allow him to grow as a man. A lot of people that get into relationships, they fall in love with the potential of what this mate could possibly be. And we know a majority of people, when they are getting into relationships, they are not planning to be in a relationship in the first point, right? First of all, they just, hey, I like you. And then they hang out with each other long enough until they start having sex. And then they hang out with each other long enough to start having sex. And then now they say, hey, we've been having sex long enough, we might as well be together as boyfriend and girlfriend. And then they be boyfriend and girlfriend long enough, then they say, okay, we can have a kid. So it's no really actual plan. And then when it's hit the fan and you actually have responsibilities with each other, that's when the real test of a relationship happens. Because everybody could be in love when you don't got no responsibility. That's probably the most easy. That's why everybody's in love when they're in high school. You ain't got no responsibility. All you gotta do is like the person. That's it.
But what did you hear your girl Anna? What did she say? Oh, my husband is. How did she describe him? He's my rock. He's my something. The most influential man in my life. Like, girl. Okay. Well, first of all, it should have been your dad. Your parents were immigrants. Okay, let me stop. Let me just.
It's okay. You all good.
Your parents were immigrants, and y'all clearly got some type of fallout because her parents are actually Christians and believe in a belief system that she's rejected and thrown in their face, and decided that she's going to be atheist and or also agnostic, so she could care less about their God or any God. Secondly, you don't have any other responsibilities but your husband and yourself. So that's easy for you to say, he's my rock, my foundation, my everything. And you don't got anything else. You haven't learned how to love a child and create. She has not created anything. Okay, that's easy to say. Like, I was not impressed. Like, people clapping. I'm like, are you kidding me? We got children around here. And our children are like, they're the center of our marriages, relationships, whatever got going. It's about those children. So I just found it a little bit hypocritical for her to be doing all that little razzle dazzle when you don't even want kids, ma'am. You could care less about having children. You have no intentions of having any kids, which either means
I don't
you
think
can't.
I think Beachy, that idea that got to start changing. I think it's nothing wrong if you grow up to not wanting children.
I don't either. I support that. I like, we just don't want to have it. But I do find it a bit a kind of, really, you're doing the most talk about the responsibilities and the whole saga that comes with being a parent, when not only are you not one, you can't even relate on a side of I one day this will be my story. You're not even interested in it at all. So I don't understand why you even qualified to be debating about something that you don't believe in.
Both of them.
I don't know.
Both of them at that, right? Neither one.
But I know people do that. I do know they debate. Like, you got agnostic people that'll go debate theologians about stuff. So that's I get that. People do that. But when it comes to something like this, as simple as, well, not simple, but as human nature, we are procreators in this universe. That's what we were here to be, fruitful and multiply. Someone that doesn't agree for that, I like to hear them doing the loudest talking about it as if they'll ever understand daycare. I was listening like, this is fruitful. This is like superficial conversation.
Yeah, most people do not understand like I said, it's easy to love somebody when you don't got no responsibility. That's why high school love is so easy. College love is so easy. But once you got real life hitting you, like I said, like, shout out to my wife. It ain't easy being with a man like me. It's not. I have ideas, and then once I had that idea, I run at it full steam ahead with horse blinders on. And sometimes you gotta say, hey, babe, we here. Oh, shit, my bad, babe. You hungry too? Come on, let's eat. I have the horse blinders on. I'm like, hey, I will go work. I won't eat. I won't run. I won't push up. I won't do nothing. I'll just wash my ass, take a piss of shit, and go right back to it. You know what I'm saying? So, and I focus on focus really strong. That's why when summertime comes around, it's a little bit more difficult for me to maintain this kind of conversations, is because that's the busy season and that money is out there, and I start running. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Sharon, I would like to know how. Well, you can speak for the lovely Miss Bracy. How do y'all feel about women who are millionaires propping themselves up on stage and trying to tell us regular folk? Not I'm pretty sure, yeah, Bracy holding it down, y'all. He taking care of his own, but he's not on the Forbes list. Neither am I, and I'm pretty sure Marvelous isn't either, or we wouldn't be here. Okay, we'd be on a yacht streaming or something. I don't know, whatever Forbes list people do, we'd be doing that.
We'd be doing that.
How do y'all? How would she speak like about women who are on a Forbes list? The other one they're both millionaire women. One born into the millions. I will at least give it to Anna. She had to go and get it kind of out the mud, but she still had a little privilege to help her. How do y'all other women feel about, how you gonna speak for me about a struggle? You will never know what it's like to balance utilities and car insurance. Like you're never gonna know that. You're on Forbes list. How dare you try to come and relate to me about financial struggles? I'm offended. I'm just wondering.
But I would say that is a difficult understanding to see if they relate. We have to listen to them talk a little bit more, because maybe they, like how you said, Anna, at least she got it out the mud. So maybe she have some kind of mental understanding of what it looked like, right? She might not have the full experience that she struggled, but she got the vision to see what struggle looked like. Or she might have some friends, and maybe when she went to college, and so she kind of understand it. But the other one, she does not have a real understanding on it, besides being in podcast worlds and having they stories spoken to her, and then she could have empathy for them. So I'm in agreement. The most they could have is empathy for other people's stories, to have that relation to this kind of stuff. That's the only thing I can see, because I don't know Anna enough, and I'm learning a lot with you. I'm glad you did your research. That is awesome. And
yeah, she was under Forbes 30 under 30, something like something. I'm like,
oh yeah,
okay.
So she getting that bread. Yeah, she making
right, okay. Yeah, I stopped listening after I saw that. Nothing you can tell me, sweetie.
Yeah, if you hit 30 under 30, yeah, you doing a damn thing. Let me also welcome into the show the Emperor. Good day to you. What is your thoughts?
Well, that conversation was what's the word I'm looking for?
Awesome.
It was distasteful.
Okay.
The reason why that conversation was distasteful is not only were they just throwing shots at each other and trying to throw each other under the bus the much they could, they really didn't give us any solutions to any of these so-called problems. There was no talking back and forth, really. It was just, these are my complaints, and my complaints are better than your complaints. And I'm going to complain about you complaining about whatever. Like, what?
So like I said,
Emperor. Distasteful.
So I disagree, Emperor. So what Anna was doing was showing the fallacy in what Pearl was saying, and how it's a problem to society, because she's just regurgitating these problems that men so-called have, but Anna was proving that these so-called problems are not actually real life. It doesn't extend from feminism. These men that having these issues with so-called taking their own life because they are stressed, because they coming home from war and their wife is not home, is a lie. They are coming from war and they got PTSD and off of the struggle of people dying in front of them. And they cannot, and they have to have some kind of emotional support for those type of things. It don't have anything to do with feminism. And if men put the proper problems in the proper box, and then we could get some solutions. But as long as you keep blaming another gender for something that they didn't do, we are always going to keep having this problem, keep going back and forth over and over again. So it is a solution. Stop blaming women for your insecurities.
Well, to give back some of that. Well, what I'm saying is, when I say distasteful, all she really did was call Pearl out on what Pearl is saying. When she gave her statistics were directly correlating to fight against what Pearl has been saying. And Pearl is looking at it from the red pill lens, right? From men's perspective as a woman. So she can look and say, you know what? As women, these things have happened. There are some cases, whether how many or how, that doesn't matter. What she's trying to point out is this is available, and we need to make sure that's not available. That will give men more incentive to want to be married. As long as these things right here, where you could get sneak attack, when something can get used against you, why mess with it at all?
I guess I will have to understand your position. So you think men are not connected with women because of child support?
I think that men and women are not connected with each other because there is no balance.
It's very. Do you believe child support is the reason why men are not connected with women?
It could be an inhibitor.
Just answer the question, because that was one of Pearl's talking points, that child support is one of the reasons why men and women cannot get together.
It can be an inhibitor. That is correct.
Right, but
there's
that's
many
wrong.
other things that factor in.
Right, so now let's
But
just
child
say that-
support can be one of the reasons why a man don't want kids. He don't want to mess with females. That could be a reason. That
Okay,
is true.
So let's deal with that. The men that usually don't want to deal with a woman because he is afraid of children is usually what? What kind of man?
Maybe he's prioritizing.
Is he the majority of men?
I don't know.
Is he a straight man?
Possibly not.
And so therefore we know, like, since you don't have these answers, we know that is not a real
On
reason.
the individual basis, each individual has preference. So it's subjective.
No, it's not subjective because we could say that with any situation.
Everything's subjective.
No, hold on. So we can say every situation has a sum and a possibility because we are humans. It's always going to be somebody out there that's going to. It is right now a trans man and a trans woman together, and they think that they having some kind of strength. That like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and they literally just having a regular relationship, right?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
You know, it's a possibility of that happen, but is that probable? No. So again, these men that are using child support as a way to say, hey, we should not be with women is just not a valid argument. And it's not reality. And that is the problem. But men attempt to use one of those things as a factor to why they don't want to be with a woman. And then the next one they will have is marriage. Marriage is another thing that they are trying to use. And Hannah Pearl Davis would say men should just shack up with a woman, create children, and create families. That is absolutely going to create a child support situation for that man.
Only if the woman decides she wants to leave. I get it.
Do you believe that marriage is the thing that is stopping men from getting with a woman?
I think the consequence of divorce and all those things, because a woman can change her mind like that. That is the main fear. And if you get entangled with her, now you're obligated to her. That is a contributor.
But my question is very direct. Is marriage. You brought up divorce. That is fine. You brought up divorce. But that had nothing to do with my question. My question was about marriage. Is marriage the reason why men are not getting with women?
The consequence of marriage. Being divorced, yes.
Being divorced has nothing to do with marriage.
Why would you be afraid of getting married if divorce wasn't there? You really have to think about it. That's what this is all about, Sharon. Okay, you're asking child support, divorce, all these things are key contributors. You put it all together. Well, she could get me for child support or divorce if she's not serious. Even if I get her pregnant, even if I'm dealing with her, spending all my time and energy and money on her, she could be like, I'm cool off you instantly. And now I got to deal with whatever consequences came from that relationship. That's why men are afraid. And you know what? These things are key contributing factors. Yes, they are all not one, but all of them. And there's little things in there. How we going to raise the kids, how we going to pay for the kids. There's other reasons. And I'm saying all of this together is what Pearl is trying to say. And what Homegirl's doing is trying to pick each individual thing out to try to prove it wrong by itself. But if they all stand together, it is all true.
Right. And so now I disagree. And the reason why I disagree, because 50% of marriages go to the end. No divorce, no problems with their children, no problems with their relationship. If you are focusing on the other 50, then that's going to be your outcome, because the other 50 is actually divorce. Right. So if you focus
that's the 50 we talking about.
Exactly, but see, again, so that means you're not focusing on marriage. You're focusing on divorce. So if men would they go into a relationship only focus on marriage and what they could do to make sure their marriage is moving in the right direction to be fruitful, they don't need to be concerned about divorce. Because divorce
that goes for women too, though.
Something completely different. And you gotta have whatever your standard is for divorce. That's going to be your line. And that's going to be different between each person. And then once that line is crossed, you got to make a decision to go into divorce. The person that she even brought up to the show, he was the one that filed for divorce. The man that she brought up there, that he was crying and he wanted to off himself. Himself filed for divorce. So this idea that divorce should be the main talking point why men should not get with women is bullshit. Majority of men, they want their cake and they eat it too. And the easiest way to have their cake and eat it too is to be with a woman and do not have no commitment to that woman. Meaning you don't have to get married. And then if you have a child, hey, it is what it is. And majority of women are not putting a man on child support. So it's a win-win with Pearl Davis type of conversations. It does not hold any man accountable. That is the problem. And they put men into fear tactics. And then when a man is walking around being fearful, the goddamn universe is going to reciprocate that to him. So therefore, he's going to attract a woman that's going to do all the things that he is fearful of, because that's what he wants. He wants a woman to be whatever the things that they say. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for that 304. He's looking for that woman that's talking. All that bullshit that they say, he's going to get that because that's what he's looking for.
Sharon, which one, guys, if anybody, which one of them, it must have been Pearl, who gave the stats on women being liberated actually led to more divorce, right? Was that Pearl?
That was Pearl, yeah.
Okay, and then did they give the amount? I know she gave her little trauma story, her trauma bonding story about the guy, but she didn't give how many percentages of male did she that actually foul versus women.
No.
That didn't.
No, I think she said something about 41%, but I don't remember what the exact context. That's the only number she gave up at some point. She gave up two numbers, and she said 41% of something, and then I thought it had to do with 41% of women filed divorce because that's one of her talking points.
Oh no, but that's higher. Yeah.
Sure.
The women gonna always be higher. We're almost like the men are barely 30.
Yeah, they changed dudes like shoes.
Yeah, women.
Okay, so
women are like 70% for the more likely to file, and then educated women or women with college degrees, it jumps up another 20% to like 90%. I didn't even know that. It's almost like, but dang, it's kind of, I feel the type of way now. So sorry, guys.
That is swayed, right? That status swayed. So the reason why that status swayed. So when it jumps up when the woman is educated and the man is not educated. But if the man and the woman is educated, the marriage rate is at an 80% clip.
Yeah, more women are educated than men.
So when we're gonna have this conversation about divorce, for some reason we could pick one thing out and say, "Oh, women they foul more," and then now we don't have to have no discussion about it. But when men are saying like, "Hey, it's because child support, it's because of divorce, it's because they changing out," you can have all these plethora of things. But when we're talking about women and the reason why they are fouling more than men is because no man would ever take a woman serious if she just say, "I'm separated." That's why. And we know this is a fact. Most men use it as a crutch. It's more beneficial for a man to stay with a woman all across the board.
So what was that about the woman being separated? Say that again. It's more beneficial for her to
It's more beneficial to a man to be in a separated situation than a woman.
yeah, I heard Sharon say that right. So I want to know.
You capping, bro?
No, he's not. Sharon's right because when they tried to come for your girl to beat you, because I said I'm married and been separated for like 15, 16 years, and still married. It benefits their father, also my husband, it benefits him. And no one was, they act like I was speaking Egyptian goddamn hieroglyphics when I'm like, no, hold on a second. That's not a wicked thing I'm doing. It's beneficial for him to still remain married and we're separated. But apparently when I said it, I was the devil. But Sharon just co-signed what I said. So that makes him equal goddamn evil demonic. Like y'all said I was. I'm not y'all. But a couple of people, we know who they are. I said I was evil for staying separated, but married I'm too far in now. Like it don't make no sense. I'm 24 years. It don't make sense for anybody, but it does benefit that he's not a strong, but you know what I'm saying. My legal husband, he benefits. He don't got to worry about no more kids. Can't do that. He don't have to worry about any excuses for. He got a whole free pass to like live your life and not Sharon get it. I get it. I don't understand how other men didn't get that and want to try to stone your girl and burn me at the stake. It didn't work. I'm still alive and laughing in your faces. But thank you, Sharon, for co-signing that. I'm going to write this on today, Martin Luther King Day. Sharon co-signs that it benefits a married man to remain separated. It's beneficial.
And by the way, I had no idea about Big Cheese situation either. Right. That was just me giving my natural thoughts about that situation. But we're gonna let the Emperor and Shadow the Time Wasp talk on that situation. They both have something to say on it. Go ahead.
They both muted.
Okay, so look, I don't know why that
Damn.
came up the way it
You really
did.
sound like
Shadow, your audio's crazy right now, bro.
Shit.
you really
Is it-
sound crazy. That sounded wow.
How about now?
There you
Oh,
go.
better.
Now you sound normal.
Okay.
Well, for you, normal. You don't
Yeah.
count. But yeah, for you.
Yeah. All right, thank you. So I don't know why people who care about marriage do care if you're still married in general. Except for dudes who like sleeping with other people's wives. Then if you're separated, they still call you free game. Because so I don't know why, but women typically have more integrity when it comes to individual relationships, or at least from experience, that's what I've noticed. So being separated to a woman is not a bonus point. It's so you're still married. Bet. Talk to me when that's dead, because you're not mine. You're hers, and I'm just renting you. So I don't. Ugh.
Okay. So all right. So where's the disagreement at? So we saying the same thing.
No, we're not saying the same thing. We are not saying the same thing at all. We are not even in the same category.
Okay, so a man being separated from his wife and he's doing whatever he want to do, is that easier for a man or is it easier for a woman to deal with that?
It is. It's not easier for either in integrity, honestly.
No. Okay.
When being
what I'm saying is that would it be difficult for a separated husband to find a new mate, or is it more difficult for a woman that is separated to find a new mate?
I think it is easier for a woman who is separated to find another person than a man, because that man is still married. And women have too much integrity to step on another. Hold on, because obviously there's outliers. There's outliers to the rules.
Okay,
but
I was about to say.
Most women are not going to jump in bed with another woman's husband, even if they've been estranged, because that you use the right word, BG. It's technically estranged for 15 years, just by definition.
Boy, you crazy. All right.
I don't know. Shadow said something. I would not break from that. I don't care who. I'd have been tried in many, many ways. Failed. Nobody has won. They thought they could break me, but they did not. And I will honestly say that I don't entertain married men. And the one time someone really was trying overdoing it, and I'm like, this is not gonna work. That's my integrity with that. If it was like, I understand what you're saying, Shadow. I don't even know how to explain it myself, but I get what you're trying to say. I understand. It's different. It's like because she understands that it's somebody else's problem. Like I can't explain. I don't want to step on nobody's toes. Let's just move past that. But I get what you're saying, Shadow. I can't collect the words to co-sign what you're saying, but I know exactly what you're saying, because out of all the things I have to work on, have to deal with, have to struggle, the one thing it ain't never been is another woman's husband. Can't handle, didn't want those. I don't want mine. I don't want yours either. So that's kind of harsh to say. I'm sorry about that, but yeah, he about nailed that.
Okay, go ahead, the Emperor.
Well, I'm thinking about it more on as a whole. I'm looking at the bigger picture, not each individual instance, because there's nuance. I leave room for nuance. That way you can be right, even though I'm still right. Because a lot of you guys are mentioning the small little situations. Okay, regardless if it's a majority or a minority, there's so many different outcomes in a relationship, good and bad. Okay, and there's no way to judge it unless you judge it by the situation itself. And you can't put that on other people. Now, if somebody has a different situation with the same outcome, see what I'm saying? Now you can start to group things together. And that's how you get these percentages. Okay. What I'm saying is, forget all the percentages. Has this happened before? Yes, it has. Okay. Is that fair? That we could say the system has been taken advantage of by women and this, you know, in general, and men being lazy in general, and accountability is falling on both sides. Nobody's taking accountability on either side in certain situations, right? If we add nuance, right? So we can all be right at the same time. Now, if you want to argue percentages, that's where, okay, this correlates with that, and now we have to get into nuance. But no matter what, life be lifing. And you can't tell nobody what life did, but they could tell you what happened in theirs. See what I'm saying? You could believe it or not. And that's where faith comes in.
And Sean, I need to tackle you real quick because you did something today that me and you keep kind of going on and on about. So you asked a question that is not a very specified question, but I'm going to quote what you said. You said, do you believe that divorce is part of the reason why men want to stay single? No. Literally, the answer to that question would have been yes.
No, I said marriage, not divorce.
Okay, marriage.
I look at those things separate. Divorce and marriage.
Right, we've had that conversation. And I still stand on the fact that I believe you can't even get a divorce unless you've been married. So despite one not having anything to do with the other one is implicit to the prior. So you can't get divorced without being married, but you can be married without getting divorced. We kind of agreed on that point. Mm-hmm. But people's innate fear on the potentiality of getting divorced, which when you said 50% focus on marriage and 50% focus on divorce, that's flipping a coin and saying, which one am I going to get? Like that shouldn't be what marriage is.
So it's flipping a coin and deciding which one you're going to pursue. I'm going to pursue marriage, and these are my reasons for whatever that is. And if this line is crossed, that's the only way I would get a divorce. That is literally not worrying about divorce. Hey, I'm married and I'm going to do everything I can to stay married because this is the person I want to be with. You got to have a plan. And usually when you have a plan with another human being, it's easier to follow that because you can have a direction. Majority of women, they want to leave a man that do not have a sense of direction.
Right. So, but are you aware we're still saying, you still said that 50% of people who made a lifetime commitment decided to go against that lifetime commitment?
That's not what I'm saying. Because what I'm trying to get you to understand, the other 50, they did not have a plan to be with that person for a long time. They just wanted to be married to that person. That's all they knew. They had no plan on being with them forever. They had no plan on having children. They just said, hey, I like you and I want you. And I know this is supposed to be the way when you like somebody, we're supposed to get married, but they actually don't have a plan. And that's why we led into this conversation because majority of people can be in love with each other when they don't have no responsibilities. When you start adding responsibilities to a relationship, that's when it's a real true testament of your relationship because we all know life is going to throw some fucking curveballs, whether it's romantically, whether it's physically, whether it's health-wise, or whether it's economically. And all those different things, and then you add in children, that's going to intensify all of those problems that I just said to like the 4th or 10th power because people think they had, like, you don't really start having sexless relationships until you have children because all of a sudden, every time you want to touch your wife, all of a sudden your baby gets sick. Now they want to sleep in the bed. Right. As soon as you touch her, for some reason, it's like they have a radar. You touch her, you kiss her on the mouth. No, man, I just had a bad dream. Get this is not for real. Grab the sheet. Now you got to be either a father or a horny bastard, right?
So
yeah, let's not mention couples can't walk around freely in our free, our natural born skin in a house because we got kids, and I don't think it would be appropriate for Jerron to be walking around swinging and that. He got it ain't no good look. So they got to put on clothes and do all the things they wouldn't have to do if it was just that man and woman. But there's children now, so you gotta,
It's a lot of things that is pulling you away from these responsibilities is what actually put the strains and break these relationships. And people are just not recognizing and planning for it properly because people are not telling adults that, hey, you should have your kids close in proximity of age, because when you start putting them in after school programs, if you have a goddamn 2-year-old and a 10-year-old, you're going to have some issues, because the 2-year-old and 10-year-old cannot be in the same program at the same time. You're going to have one time where it's 7 p.m. on this side, and then it's 8 o'clock 2 hours away, and you got to figure out how to get both of them into their after school programs, right? But if they're close in age, then they could be in the same building, in the same program, and then now you don't have a schedule situation when one parent got to take this one over here. It's a lot of different things that is going on in relationships that is breaking relationships, other than this idea of divorce. People are not preparing, they're not having conversation with people that is doing it successfully to understand all these different things that's going to hinder your marriage. Most people don't even realize how many responsibilities is getting in between you and your marriage. And people try to separate. You cannot.
Yeah,
listen,
and now you saying what I was just saying. I agree with you.
We are not saying the same thing. That relationship, you cannot put yourself. You are over here. He's over here. Whatever the case is, it is nothing you could do to the other person without the relationship getting hurt first. And men always want to try to hurt the woman and put the woman down and think that that's not going to hurt the relationship. It's just not possible.
Hey, that's vice versa. Women be trying to take a dude head off. They want his soul.
Okay, give me an example.
Everything.
Give me an example of that.
Okay, fine. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. That's the perfect example.
How did she get scorned?
See, in her mind, if she believes there's something wrong, no matter if there's anything wrong or not, she's gonna act on that.
Give me an example, please.
Okay. Thin line between love and hate.
What does that mean?
That was not a good movie. Don't bring it as a reference, bro. Don't use that.
Well, I don't know.
Hold on.
It was an example.
Hold on.
I'm a woman. Let me help y'all out, guys.
1 second, y'all. Hold on. I want to have an understanding. You talking about a movie, or you talking about the actual quote?
I'm talking about the quote regarding to the movie and the actions that were happening in the movie. These situations have happened in real life, no matter how often.
Pause. Give me a real life situation, not a movie.
Okay, homie don't want to be with homegirl no more, and she start beating on herself, and then call the police and say he did it.
Hold on. Are you giving me the example of a woman that start beating herself and blaming her husband?
There are women that do that.
Okay, that's extreme.
Hold on. So
it's an example. That's it. I'm not saying it happens majority of the time. I'm just saying it happens.
Okay, hold on. So that is an example of what? Was that
some bullshit?
Okay. Okay, fine. We accept that as an example, but what do that have to do with the general population? Majority of people are not going through that situation. So now
that's why when you were talking about all the different things, I already was saying that in my first speech. I said, hey, there's so many different things that contribute to a relationship falling apart. And that also contributes to the majority of men looking at relationships like, maybe I don't want to do that. Whoa, slow down, you know?
Yeah, you got to slow down, because you are adding things that doesn't have anything to do with normal people.
Well, I was just explaining that normal people may be a little bit more cautious because these situations are possible.
Okay, so now that you are worried about the things, all these possibilities, is it a probability?
There are many probabilities, yes.
No. That is, we're gonna agree that is a possibility. Do you believe that is a probability that out of the 4 men that are here, that one of us is going to be a woman that beat herself and then blame it on us?
Yes.
What is the probability? Hold on. What is the probability of one of us four, of beating that woman and marrying
25%?
Look, the richer you get, the higher the probability. How about that?
I'm a woman. Let me help him out. Okay, Sharon. I'm the only female up here right now. Deep on. But there's a 100% rate that if a man crosses me in a way that I cannot allow him to return from, I am going to transubstantiate myself into some type of creature to make sure that I come out on the top in the head of the situation, because I'll be damned if I'm going to be left for dead and got to pick up all the pieces and get my life back together. No, there will be consequences and repercussions.
And that's
So
90% of women out there.
I gave it to you how you wanted it. What we doing?
Right, that's the thing, though. But that's the thing, though. But Ken Sharon's point, he was saying, well, what scorned her, and that was the whole preface. Why did she become the way she became? She became this way because of him. So he did something for her to go one way, and her one way is to retaliate for what he did. So he initially started. Well, no woman's gonna come out crazy unless there's something wrong with her because of childhood or something like that. And that's something you can see off rip. Most men will see that she's crazy. I should mess with her. But for most people, that's not most women. Most men are not crazy from the get-go. They get crazy messing with you, but not crazy from the beginning.
Why did y'all have to use crazy? That doesn't mean sometimes
crazy is fine.
No, because crazy. I said crazy because he said a woman scorned, right? Okay, what scorned her? Meaning there had to be something there. If there was nothing that was scorned from you, that had to make you crazy by default. Because now you're paranoid and using all this stuff on me. I did nothing to you. I became your worst enemy. I said hi to you. Like, how did that happen? That's why I said crazy.
That's not how that works. You got to do more than there's something that will have had to have happened and transpired.
Exactly, and that's what Sharon was saying.
And that's why we can't allow men to keep trying to, like, if you want to be with men, then be with men. Because guess what? While you reading these goddamn studies that's saying how dangerous women are, the study also showed that a majority of men that marry men, they don't have this problem. So if that's what all you care about, then you put your head and be with men. So
a lot of men don't speak about the problems they have in their marriage.
If I give you,
don't want to look at.
Are you willing to be with a man?
Right.
Damn, how'd you go all the way to the right?
Right. That's what I'm trying to understand. Because if we are going to deal on all these goddamn
Shadow, that ain't right. That's way left.
Probabilities. 60%.
No, he went so far right. He's facing left now. Like, I don't even understand how you did that.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why it's so crazy to me that they were focused on this very small, minute situation of a woman beating herself and blaming the husband.
Okay, that was extreme. Emperor gave a pretty reason.
You asked for an example, and that was the first thing that popped to my head.
That's lying. That's putting a person that's going to probably go to jail.
Yeah, there was a lot of lying when that Me Too movement happened. There was a lot of lying.
Hold on. When I'm saying I'm asking you for example, I'm asking for an example that is in the general population that we as a general people go through, not this one-off situation that happens 1% of the time. So when I'm asking you for example, I'm saying in general what happens, not this one-off example.
Okay.
Can I give you a real example then?
That is not the rule, and I don't know why we're trying to act like it is. All of a sudden, we don't know how conversations work.
Like I'm
saying, can I give you a real example?
There's so much nuance.
That's my point. So it's not nuanced. That is
it doesn't have to be her doing something like that as far as beating herself.
The Emperor, what you're doing is
she could spread rumors.
Right, but what you're doing is being disingenuous when you just keep adding. What I'm saying is that all those things that you are talking about, do you think it's better to be with a man then? Because that's
okay. Now you're being disingenuous because you're asking me a silly question that has nothing to do with the topic.
Hold on. It does have everything to do with the topic.
You don't think a man gonna beat you?
So you cannot be the only one genuine here. Again, all of the stats show that men on men do not domestic violence each other. They do not have arguments. They don't got no kids to worry about. And they don't get divorced. They got an 80% marriage clip. They don't get divorced. They gave divorce at a 20% clip. Are you saying with all that information, you think it's better to be with a man?
How are you conflating those two things?
That Shadow, you taking words out of my mouth, but I was gonna say more something as what's the percentage of men that are getting married to men compared to men that are getting married to women? And then we'll talk about percentages and numbers. Because what you're doing is you're trying to correlate something that has no impact on a heterosexual relationship.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm glad that you did that. So now that you can recognize that, I need you to not go with the the least common denominator and say a woman beating herself, which is like a 1% thing that doesn't happen to the
I
I was
Let's
just
do-
giving.
hold
I was
on,
just
hold
giving
on,
an
because
example,
see-
boss.
no,
That
no,
was
hold
it.
on,
I get
hold
what
on.
Sharon did. I get what you're
Hold
doing
on.
now.
Right, because
Okay, I
now
get
you
it.
see how you easy it came right back that now he don't want to use it because it's a minority of men that's doing it. So again,
Yeah.
so do not give me a minority example and try to use it as a majority. So now maybe you're willing to have a real genuine conversation and stop bringing in bullshit and talking about its nuance. It's a cop out. Have a conversation about what's
I get
happening
it.
to the general population.
Yeah.
If you don't want me to go to extreme right,
Okay.
don't go extreme left. Let's have a real
I
conversation.
get it. Okay.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So if we're talking about gay or straight marriage,
I just
you
told
know,
you that it's not
exactly.
It's not
No,
play
we're
the
not.
game.
We're not.
I just
Okay.
Yeah,
told you to stop playing the game,
used
and
to-
you want to go
he
right
used
back
to-
to playing the game because that's the only way your argument fits. Is you if I agree with your extreme, but you don't want to.
I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it to a least extreme then.
No,
and
no, no.
it could be something as simple
Okay,
as
so let's reset.
okay.
Let's reset. What are the reasons men and women are getting divorced? And be honest about it instead of going to an extreme, nuanced bullshit excuse, please.
All right. Are we talking about like Family Feud? How most people are gonna say this, going down the list. Are we doing it like that?
Are you trying to have a conversation, or are you just what? What is
Yeah,
this?
yeah. I'm trying to get basis of the dimensions because we could say money is one reason, and then the board would go, ding, and then we'll see how high that reason is. Are we doing it like that?
We know money is a bullshit excuse, right? Because majority of men and women are dating each other not because of money.
Okay, I'm saying that's why I'm asking. What's on the board? How are
You
we?
don't have
What
to
kind of
ask me this.
examples are you asking?
You already this. If we all have a genuine conversation, then you already know what I'm talking about. Men and women are not choosing the richest man in the world. They are having children with broke ass men. They are having marriages with broke ass men. So stop acting as if money is the actual choosing factor, please. It's all about how you treat her and how she treats you. That's how people get together.
All right, so you're saying that's the majority of what? How people just get together, just talking, and they just like each other. Period.
Correct.
So then what? So what are you asking? If you know the answer, what are you asking? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because your worldview is that men are afraid of marriage because of divorce.
No. You can ask me.
I did, and then you went into a woman.
No, I thought we were talking about Pearl in that conversation. That was
correct. And then we went to speaking about your thoughts, and you went into saying that
I was only giving my opinion about what they were talking about, not my worldview.
Yeah, but that's not what they was talking about. We were talking about marriage. You want to talk about divorce?
No, I thought it was about, okay, why are men against it or so reluctant to be married and stuff like that? And that's what we're talking about.
To be with a woman, not to be married, because men don't want to be married.
To be with a woman?
Yes, to be with a woman. Men are not being with women at this point in their life, right? We understand that. Are we?
I don't agree with that. I cannot agree with that. I will never agree with that. I mean, if you want to say dudes is leaning to being gay, I understand that, but not wanting a woman, I don't know about all that, bro.
So what you think these men are saying?
I was talking about the Pearl debate. I don't know what they be saying. Okay, I'm a whole man. I'm gonna tell you what I be saying.
So these men that say the same thing as Pearl, are majority of them with a woman, or majority of them are single men?
I have without a
girlfriend. I'm not talking about single as in married. I'm talking about single men without a girlfriend.
Right. I don't know. The dude that was at the stage in the wheelchair looks single as hell. So I don't know. Maybe.
So now all of a sudden you have no answers.
No, I don't. I didn't study her audience and her audience backgrounds, and I didn't do that.
Overall, her platform. Overall, what type of men does Pearl attract to her platform? Would that help? Like, does she attract married men in relationships,
probably
or guys who don't even got nobody in the first
probably
place?
Probably a mix because she's saying a whole bunch of wild stuff. So probably a mix. Some disagreeers, some agreeers. I can't put anything specific on that because that's not really relevant.
Okay, so so let me ask you a better question, if you don't mind me getting personal. Are you currently engaged with a woman, boyfriend, girlfriend type?
Well, I mean, okay, so what am I supposed to do with them?
I'm asking you, are you currently with a woman?
I am currently talking to a few females, but I'm asking you, what am I supposed to be doing with them? That's my question, because I could be engaged with all kinds of females doing business. So what am I supposed to be doing with them?
As in again, so you understand the conversation. We talking about relationships. We ain't talking about no business.
Okay, so you're asking me about relationships with women. Okay, what kind of relationships? Romantic, friendships? What are we going here?
Right. We are talking right now. What is discussion about? The discussion is about what kind of relationship? A romantic one, right?
All right, so we're talking about romantic relationship. Now,
Okay,
let's.
So why you?
How specific are we getting with it? Because yes, I have romantic conversations with women all the time.
You don't want that, bro.
But I'm saying, like,
Sharon, you don't want to get.
Am I supposed to be obligated to this woman? Am I supposed to be married to her?
Hold on, Amber. Let me help you. Sharon trying to get you in trouble. He up here player hating.
Don't
tell him. You don't got to tell us how many women you talk to.
Bro, he can't get me in trouble.
Rewatch this video. You want to wonder who all these other women. Sharon is dirty macking. Stop dirty macking on Amber. Sharon.
All I'm trying to do is get some solid answers so we can have a solid conversation. But he keep trying to throw in all these nuances, and we ain't.
No, I'm asking because I need to be very specific. Am I married to a woman right now? Is what you're asking me?
You are not being specific, even though you know the specific conversation that we are having.
You asking me if I'm married right now this minute?
All you gotta do is say, I'm not willing to have this conversation in an honest fashion, and then we could understand. But don't act as if you want to have an honest conversation. You want to
don't try to do me.
It's very similar to what Pearl was doing. She want to push out talking points, but when we start asking you about those talking points, you have no actual answer to them. This is very similar.
I do have answers to my talking points, but for other people's talking points, and I don't always have answers to all other people's questions either. I'm not the smartest person in the world.
Yeah, but we started with your talking point about marriage and divorces.
Well, no, we started with Pearl in that situation, and I was talking about I was defending her side again,
we moved. Okay, go ahead, Marvelous Opinion. This is crazy to me. I do not understand why these men are afraid to answer questions, bro.
I don't understand. Yeah, I was going to say, just follow him where he's going with the conversations. Like the last thing you just talked about, just follow where the conversation's going, and that's it. You don't have to be right. You can clear up other things later. Just answer it, and we can go along just fine. That's all I got to say.
now, Amber gonna have to explain to Keisha, Tanika, Bonquisha, Lecrae why he sat up here on Sharon's panel and admitted to dating multiple women at the same time, never wanted to marry any of them, and wasting their time and playing type of games. See,
but it don't work like that.
He talked you into a trap. You weren't supposed to.
He trying to, but that's what I'm saying. I talk to all kinds of females. That's why I said, what kind of relationship you talking about? Business, relationship, just friends? Like, come on, bro. Yeah, you got to get real specific with me because I'm not going to let you just broadly say something and then get me trapped. Nah, you're going to ask me a direct question.
Hey, Marvin, was I specific?
No.
I said romantic. I said romantic.
Well, romantic's kind of broad. That's not specific. That's broad. I ain't gonna lie. That's not
romantic is broad.
No, I'll tell you why. Substantiate.
Thank you.
I look at romance like this.
I'm sorry, romantic is not broad. It is very specific.
Listen, stop. Let me.
You didn't say sexual.
Let me substantiate my argument. When I say that, I'm saying that in my eyes, romance is performative. Now, let me follow me, okay?
I'm following.
No, I have to substantiate. You have to listen.
No, slow down. No,
that is slowing down.
Hold on.
I said performative. It is all I said. Oh my God.
See, that's how you be doing me, good. Nah, Sharon, listen.
Marvelous. I need you to just answer one thing. If I say I'm in a romantic relationship with this girl right here, what do you think I mean?
I'm saying that you're probably looking at your relationship real in depth. Like you're looking at it and you get into the weeds of it and like, oh, this is so nice and this is so great and this is so beautiful. You're looking at your own relationship and you're able to see that you're romanticizing your own situation. And that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. You're seeing how you guys are with each other.
Fine. Okay. This is wild to me.
You guys are so intimate. You guys are very intimate.
This is the wildest thing I ever heard.
Sharon trying to paint a picture right here. He ain't got the right colors, boy. I
was like, bro, you said that you're real intimate with that person.
In my life that I heard somebody say, I'm romantic with my friend.
It's called a girlfriend, right? Okay, let's stop playing with it.
Wait, stop. Hold up. Because first off, I told you, let me substantiate this and be clear. I said, look at this. Like for example, if me and my wife are just sitting on the couch, right, watching movies, eating popcorn, whatever, it's just a normal Monday evening for us. Nothing special. But someone out looking in is gonna look at that and be like, "Oh, that's so romantic. Look what they got going on. It looks so nice." And then folks are like, "Well,
Subjectivity.
why don't we have that kind of moment?" And that's all I'm saying. Romance can be these moments that you don't realize you're in. You don't really you're part of it. But someone out looking in is
Ooh,
always going to say it looks so much nicer. You can be someone
cut
who's
it up.
carrying bags. You can be someone who's carrying a bag of someone, right? And the homegirl, she needs her shoes tied. So you put down inside her shoes. Another person looking out is looking at that like, oh, that is so nice. Look at her. He ties her shoes for her. Why don't you do that for me? I'm
Hey,
telling you,
listen.
it's just
Hold on,
performative
hold on.
at best
Listen,
for a lot of
ladies,
people.
Again, it's subjective.
Hold on. No, I want to say I apologize to all my ladies. I feel for y'all because this is crazy. This is mad
Wow,
work. That
aping.
y'all trying to act like y'all don't understand what a girlfriend is no more. Y'all don't understand what romantic. Which man in this room right now, in this chat room, is gonna be okay with their girlfriend or wife having a romantic relationship?
You can't say or wife. A girlfriend and a wife is two different things. You can't say that. A wife is obligated. She can't just do whatever she wants.
The reason why I said all because that is up to the person. He might have a girlfriend. I'm gonna start thinking like y'all. He might have this.
Well, nah. If you got a girlfriend, you can't hold her to the standards of a wife.
If you have a girlfriend, do you mind your girlfriend having a romantic relationship with a man? And if you have a wife, do you mind your wife having a romantic relationship with a man? And again, for some reason, y'all act as if y'all don't understand English, and it's weird to me.
No. I said it's performative. I said simply it's performative. And I'm not wrong. You have to do certain things in order for things to be romantic. Otherwise, it just is what it is. You may not like the definition, but it is what it is.
I'm confused, guys. If any guy states that he's having a romantic encounter with me or a romantic type of positioning, then it's understood that we're not just friends. Why are we defining what romance is? Like, come on, help me here. Did something change in 2026? Where romance is no longer considered two people are engaging in conversations and or activities that go beyond platonic.
Yes, exactly.
So that's
performing things.
So
yeah, romance is what you perform with the other person. That's what you do with each other. That's your performance. Y'all romance. That's all.
now, if we're going down the romance line, what is this for? Are we talking about just for sex? Are we talking about family? Are we talking about commitment? How much romance are we talking about? Because if we're just talking about having sex, then there is no obligation when it just comes to sex unless she gets pregnant.
No, wait, but you got to understand this though. The word romance goes with intimacy though. There has to be intimacy there for it to be romance.
I'm done. I can't.
That's what I'm saying.
I cannot deal with this mental gymnastics. I feel bad for.
You got feelings, bro.
Understand when men cannot be straight and honest. This shit is weird.
I don't know. It's just this is just a conversation to me.
Hold on. No, it's not a conversation. This is not a conversation. This is weird. It's strange. Y'all lucky because, man, if y'all so lucky just now, welcome to this show.
I like to be. Hey, MJ.
What's up, BG? I just came up here to check on you, bro. Did you get a Snickers yet? Go eat a Snickers real quick.
God damn, that's crazy.
Go drink some water. Seriously. You about to have an aneurysm. So I was waiting for the conversation to get back on Pearly Things debate, or Hannah Montana. I should call her now Hannah Montana since that's her first name. I thought that was interesting. She really did not do well on that debate at all. It was a lot of talking points and she couldn't put facts behind them, right? And that was what made it worse. It's not like saying that some of the things that she was saying was false, but she's not giving the totality of that actual stat that she was trying to put out to everyone. So people would not really even know if they wanted to go search what she's actually talking about. They wouldn't be able to find it on their own. So I think that's a little problematic on that. And I agree with you, Beachy, in reference with Anna. You know, I have seen her work over the years and how she has switched her stance on many things. And even though I wouldn't say that that's necessarily wrong, right? You can grow out of different opinions and stuff like that. It's just how she took a real stance on one ideology after leading with a certain ideology for almost like 10 plus years. And then now she's trying to play neutral. So I peep game on that too. So I appreciate you for mentioning that.
Yeah, I went and did a little. Let me see what type of time you on. And I saw some of her videos and interviews, and I'm not all the way to the left. I'm not all the way to the right. She's switching over, and of course, you know that I listen to. I'm not going to bring that here, but how she feels about Charlie Kirk, and I put the whole book puzzle together, and I'm like, oh, y'all all the same for real. Like they just on different levels of their supremacy, but they're all the same. Which is why I encourage many of you all who don't know how to dialogue outside your race to learn how to study other races and what they're doing. Look, we need to know us, but you know how they move too. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I guarantee without knowing MJ, I will understand her and how she's moving. White women move a little bit different. That ain't nothing as of offense, but they do. And some of you all were really that was cheering and rooting. One thing with Anna wasn't understanding, okay, keep that same energy when you see her over there at the Charlie Kirk concert with her candle, doing a visual, and then you're going to be trying to figure out, wait, what's going on? Because they're all, these nationalists and supremacists, they might change their clothing, but it's still there. And when I see one coming at another, it's just a different version, same story, same devil, different dress. I see past that stuff. And it's nothing against anybody. They're doing what they're supposed to do. We need to do what we're supposed to do. They're just doing their job. So I don't get offended by it.
Yeah, I don't get offended about it either. And I'm glad that you pointed out that they're using stats that goes with our community to make their point in this debate. But when we bring up those questions to outside of debates, like when it's actual, like the politics and actually moving policies, is is closed ears on that part. Mm-hmm. Like, why bring out a stat where this is happening, but you're not advocating or using your platform to advocate for these type of researchers so we can actually get to the bottom line about what's going on. So I agree.
Probably because it hits us, and they don't. Why would they care? I mean, they need to care, being that they stopped producing too soon, and now they, even in a couple of decades, they're not going to be able to catch up. Which is why they're that topic and point of their race no longer the supremacy and the majority is closing in on them because they just stopped having those babies. And even in 20 years now, they all started just doubling down, having kids. They still can't catch up. They're that far behind in reproducing, the Caucasian white non-Black woman, that even in 20, 30 years, they can't catch up. And that's why they're going to end up meeting, and they won't be the majority anymore. I don't know why I don't know. It's a lot of stuff I see they keep dancing around, but they sure brought up, used us for those stats on that, the HP, those things that didn't even apply to them. I want to know what's going on with that. Y'all gonna stop using us sisters and our situations as you don't give us credit, don't want to help, don't have anything to add. But boy, when it comes to a debate, we always at the center and topic. Because they really gave that discussion with that HPV and I don't know if Sharon's played that part of it yet when they go into the mortality and some other stuff. But those are our stats. That's not theirs. They're not even close.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So the stats they were mentioning were stats of Black women?
Yeah, yes. You
okay. So are they basically claiming that a majority of women are Black since they're using their stats to incorporate themselves? Like, what kind of why would they do this? Is there something underlying here? Why would they use those specific stats though? That's where I want to get at, because I didn't know that was Black women. I was like, okay, maybe they talk about all women. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
but nuance, right?
Men suffer those things. However, this is at a large rate with our women.
Okay.
They're not the ones who are actually being affected by it in large masses. So to make it seem like this is something that is really serious, like they're actually serious about it, they used it in the debate because they needed those stats to say this is something that we need to, be alarmed about and put our efforts towards. But truly, when you look in real life, we're still suffering. There's no research is being put out for it. There's no real big advocacy for us, the group that's actually dealing with it. That's not happening.
Yeah, it's pretty high, y'all. For us to say, for me and MJ to have a 3 times more likely, in some cases over 3 times to die. Okay, in childbirth, that's pretty high than a white woman. And then for it to be an 80% more chance when it comes to the infertility, that's pretty high. What is going on with us? And then also it was like 3 to 5 times with the child, the baby, not making it past, day one, whatever. That rate was astronomical, and it's increasing at like a 0.5%. So when you look at it that way, we are the center of that entire debate that they were giving. And I find that interesting because we weren't represented on the stage at all, or probably in that audience. I couldn't see the audience. I don't know about y'all, but I highly doubt we had some sisters back there, big up and were represented in that group, although those numbers were deeply affecting all the way around.
So all those numbers they were saying up there are pretty much wrong if you bring it up to all women, right? That's what we're saying.
No.
What they're saying, man, is that they basically took the numbers, all the numbers compiled
from a smaller demographic. Those numbers were higher.
Listen. It took everybody's total number of who's affected by this particular thing, right? And they added all as a women. This is all women they try to include, but the majority of the women who make up the stat are Black women. So Black women are the most affected. So it becomes most likely a stat as for Black women. Everyone else,
how many Black women do we have in America is what I'm asking. How many versus Black women in America versus
You're missing the point, bro. You're missing the point, bro.
You're missing it.
I'm just saying inflated stats can really sway a conversation.
I don't know why so many men like to just muddy waters. The stat still holds with women. However, Black women are affected the most by this situation.
Yes.
Okay, so now what is it that you are not understanding that it affects women?
I'm not saying it doesn't affect women. I'm saying to inflate the numbers since it's affecting more Black women. See what I'm saying? To use that smaller demographic, but how many Black women are in America versus all the other women is what I'm saying. It's a smaller number. So just like she was trying to point out, you used one small town with 90% or whatever, use one small town, but it's like they're only using the Black women.
Okay, so
number.
like for example,
those numbers that I just gave out reflected Black American women
with the self-deletion rate, right? So how men are affected by self-deletion. Now, if it comes to the fact that it finds out that it's more Black men being affected by that, would that change the fact that it's happening to men to you?
It changes the fact that it's not happening to the majority of men. It's the majority of Black men, and that at that point now it's becoming a systematic issue.
What?
Like what? Why is it affecting Black men so much? Now we need to figure out that.
Does that
versus the other races?
Does that change the fact that it's happening to men?
It's happening to men, but we have to look at if we're looking at the statistics.
All you gotta do is say
why is it happening to the men more?
The fact that it's happening to men. Just answer a solid question.
I said no.
Okay.
It doesn't change the fact. I said that.
Thank you.
That's
what? Y'all literally using conflated stats to make a point.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Sharon is right. It's still happening to men, but if it's happening to Black men more, and now you want to use the Black man stat to say for all men, then you're wrong.
Black men are 19% of men. What the hell do you mean? Oh, just because it's happening to a percentage of that 19%, it's happening to the bulk? That doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't make no sense, bro. Thank you, Shadow. High five on that, bro. Thank you.
MJ, you got it.
I think that what y'all are messing with Sharon, he's just trying to state that, it's still happening to men, and we can be on agreement that it might be happening to other men more than others, but it's still a man issue. It's quite similar to Pearlie's stance about all the stats that she is presenting in the debate, right? It's the same way how she's thinking. This is something that is occurring to certain men. It doesn't even matter what the percentage is. However, there is men who are having that experience. I just believe that she was the wrong person to deliver the message.
I agree with that too. So I agree.
Right, because y'all willing to allow the self-deletion situation where we know it's not a big percentage when we talk about the whole of men.
Yeah, I agree.
But you allow that without even blinking a goddamn eyelash. Y'all need to stop being lovers of men.
Most of the self-deletion happens from white people.
Should have accountability.
Yeah, that's a whole different story. Self-deletion isn't as big of a Black problem as it is for black men versus white men. Like it's a significantly different number.
Play the video,
Let
Sharon.
me-
Let's see
let me
a little bit more of
find
it.
I didn't know I needed the video again. I'm sorry. Let me find. Let
Play the
me go
video.
back and find it. These men over here stressing me out, MJ.
Hey,
God damn.
but we were talking about nuance versus the debate itself. The debate itself, that's what I was talking about in general. Because Pearly, she was talking about how it happens. Forget the percentage, it still happens. I was saying the same thing Sharon just said. See what I'm saying? So from the beginning, this is where I was at. I was never wrong or anything. I was just saying if we're going to talk about nuance, that changes things.
I think it's understandable, Empire. You came in when they was having like a side conversation, and you was going off of what the basis of the video was. So that's probably why I got to that point. But
yeah.
MJ, BT. So sorry. Oh, I want to address something with both of y'all. I heard both of y'all say this. Something I've noticed from anecdotal, I guess, life experience is my white sister and my black sister had very different medical care during their pregnancies. Like my black sister generally just has a primary care doctor. Like she has her PC, and they handle everything from the different ways that they advise prenatals to etc. Oh, hold on.
no, you can go ahead. He was just putting it up.
Oh, so, and I think that actually does have something to do with the long-term health effects. I think E said it earlier. Like our healthcare isn't designed for us, but even if it was, we're not getting the same type of care because we're not seeing those same types of specialists. Like my wife, she went and saw OBGYN throughout her entire pregnancy because we were having complications during our second one. But her first one, she just saw her PC most of the time. When my sister Chris had her baby, it was different. She had an OBGYN, she had a PC. If there was any kind of, she had a hematologist. Like there were different people who monitored different things to keep her pregnancy smooth.
A hematologist for a rare, like a rare blood disorder that I have, through sickle cell anemia. But I'm telling you, before he launches this, I'm deep into this, my guy, and the care. None of that has anything to do with why we are. Our mortality rate is so high at childbirth. I know we wanted to be that. We wanted to be obesity. We wanted to be. Somebody said transportation. Somebody said we don't go to the doctor as much. None of that was a contributing factor as to why African American women are leading with mortality death, infant mortality, childbirth death, HPV, all this stuff. It had nothing to do with. And systemic racism is not a good enough answer. And I'm gonna digress on that because I know he's gonna get ready to play. I know, I hear what you were saying, and you want it to be the doctors or some of that. It had nothing to do with it. It's something biologically predisposition in our genetic makeup. Something put in, as you understand, like genetically predisposition put into our makeup. You can have the best doctor in the whole state. It's still 3 times more is likely to die than the Caucasian woman when you get ready to have that baby. And your child is more like 5% more likely to die. And then you're 80% more likely to have to get your whole uterus removed between these ages. That stuff doesn't change. It has nothing to do with anything. It's in us. And that's where that deeper dive search I'm talking about comes from. It's not so comfortable. It's not so pretty. And I don't even think men, y'all wouldn't care to go there, but it's something for us. I guess we're gonna have to go there and figure out what's going on. Why are we 80% more to be goddamn? You got to take our wombs out at this age. That's really high. That's astronomically high, and it's something in us, and it's been that way. I'll try to go find out how far back you went, and it's been like that for so long. I wanted to try to sum it up. Thought the hair would be enough because I saw Bronny brought that in. This has been going on before relaxers, so there's something genetically in us and our blood that is causing that, and no one is. I haven't gotten there yet, so I can't say no one's doing it or studying that, but it won't be funded. I tell you what, no one's busting out a $10 million grant research to study why are Black women having issues, major fibroid issues, uterine removal issues, infant mortality, death, HIV. Why us? Okay, because that's where I'm at right now. I'm going to know why us, and I don't think it's going to have nothing to do with your diet. I can tell you that much. It won't.
You
It
don't
won't.
think
Or your
you don't think it got
doctor.
nothing to do with the environment? You don't got nothing to do with the environment and nutrition?
And let me also welcome into the show Bomb Cherry Church. I'm gonna bring it to you as well, but I am going to cater to the people that's on camera first. Welcome to the show, Bomb Cherry Juice. Good day. How you doing?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Good to hear your voice.
Hey, everybody, how y'all doing? Good conversation. I woke up to you on my TV again. You're like a channel that rocks. You know, it wakes me up, puts me back to sleep, and wakes me up again. I had a heart attack, so you know I'm a little weak, but I'm good.
Yeah, legit heart attack.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that,
you're
Bomb.
okay.
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
so sorry, but I'm glad you're okay.
I'm glad you're here. Bless
Thank
you,
you.
honey.
Yeah, I've been weak. I'm still weak.
Keep your blood pressure down. Keep your blood pressure down.
My blood pressure is down. It's always down. This was stress related heart attack. So
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're here, honey.
Okay,
thank you. I saw I saw you the other day. You was celebrating your AKA. I was over that girl watching you.
Girl, we was cutting up, honey. We was throwing down, and then
just want to let you know I support you. I was over there watching.
Let us have our day, honey. I was throwing down. So I know he's gonna get ready to lead that. Somebody in the chat did bring up fibroids. Y'all don't want to go there unless y'all ready for that, ladies. We can always have a ladies panel on women's health somewhere else. I don't think these men understand or care anything about that, and that would be a great topic if anybody else wants to lead that, and what is going on with us in that, because that is at the top of the pool with our women. Why are we having those? And it is so excessive, like almost a 90% rate. Are you kidding me? So yes, this conversation, it gets really deep when we start getting into the female anatomy and what is going on with us biologically. And I know people want the answers to be, it ain't weight. Okay, that deep surgery, that's not going to come. I know y'all want it to be the superficial things, but it's not. It's going to come down to the blood, okay? Shout out to Eve for even mentioning that vaguely, but it's going to come down to those type of things. And when I can get that and pay for that information, if they will give it to me, I am going to bring it to the table. Like, this is what I was able to get from the CDC, Mayo Clinic at the best, but it's us. So who cares about studying what's going on with us? And while our infertility rate is goddamn on 90% more higher than white, do you think they really care about us, or they want to study that? Is that worth studying? I don't know, but we're gonna find out, because I'm gonna pay for what I got to pay for, and I'll mute.
When I mention nutrition, and I don't want anyone to feel like this, I'm not saying anything about weight or anything. I'm talking about what your body naturally responds to. Everyone has their own personal diet, what they need to eat. And I'm saying that you have to personally understand your biology. Like you said, the blood and all that stuff, your genealogy, gene history, like diseases, all that stuff is important for you as an individual. But I can't say for sure that, like, how you're presenting it, like there is something that is inherent with anyone who has a particular gene that we may have, that may be true. But I also think because we're not in our environment, and this has a huge implication on it, because cancer is big everywhere. It's not just in the Black community, it's everywhere in general. China, everywhere. It's just getting bigger. But I think because we're doing a lot of unnatural things, personally. I know
cancer is big, but we're leading in it. We're not we weren't before. Something changed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Black women never led with ovarian and cervical cancer. We did not. I know Bomb could think back 30, 40 years ago. Some of us old enough. We're not as young as we look. Okay.
Yes.
We remember. I didn't even know I was working in oncology, and most of those patients were the Caucasian women. They were studying us to try to figure out why it wasn't us. And then something switched, and that's why I'm saying, like, I don't have
unnatural. Do you think it's more unnatural things that happen? Because we have more unnatural things occurring now than 20 years ago, than 40 years ago, than more 6 years ago. There's way more unnatural things happening. And as I said before, I believe Black people are the most grounded people, meaning we have the oldest genes going back. All right. So these new people who are here now, they're going to adapt a little more than we are, because we are not adapting to the new shit that they're bringing forth. That's my theory on it. I don't think we're supposed to be involved in this, but we're here.
Well,
and
I'll
we are
go a little
behind.
further, and I'll say that if we're talking genetics, when you genetically modify something, right, and then you put it in your body, if you are what you eat, and you need to take nutrients from that specific thing, and it's genetically modified, wouldn't that modify your genetics over time?
Yes, but here's the thing too. I think we need to take into consideration that Black Americans, we had dealt with the ethnogenesis, so we are literally an admixture. We are our own people. So I think that we should definitely look into blood. We should start to see if we're going to have any type of rare cases or changes within our blood within the year. Also leading back to what Marvelous was talking about, if we're putting in fake stuff, we're not even eating real food anymore, real fruits and vegetables that have all the nutrients that we're supposed to get. And now some of the nutrients that we used to get with food, we have to actually get it in bottle form or a pill form. That could be a situation too that we need to look into. So there's plethora of things that we can start to look into why we're starting to have this different type of things happen to us, and how we are completely different than our fellow Gen Xers back in the, from the 1940s and 1950s. Like, they went through many things. They went through many different flus, illnesses, and fevers and stuff like that that's spread worldwide, and they was able to get through. Like, what genetic difference do we have with people from 70, 80 plus years ago?
Yeah, those are studies. I mean, I know I'm gonna have to pay for some stuff, and I like I said, I don't know who's gatekeeping some of that information, if they even want us to have it. But I'm going to do my due diligence and try to get it up, because it's serious. It affects you all's, not only your mothers. You don't have to, like, you're a man, but it's gonna affect your mothers, your sisters, your daughters. That something's gonna come up, and then be like, whoa. To know that, like, I really feel like, I mean, I don't want to say a target on our back, but that's the only way I can sum it up. Like, wow, we really got a target on us. And it was very gloomy for me to even try to do the live on it. I couldn't finish when I did. I was getting depressed because it was so gloomy with that target being home. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, can we win somewhere? We got to lead with this, and death here, death everywhere I went. It was us and death. I felt like I was on the pale horse, one of the horsemen. Like, I took a ride with death, and that's all I was seeing. And I was very discouraged, saddened by it, and then I shook that off and became intrigued I want answers. I want to know why.
Can I ask you a question regarding this? Let's say, because you mentioned that, my mothers and our sisters and cousins and aunties, whatever, they're gonna be affected by this. What if they don't want to hear you? What if they don't want to hear all that? How do you get through to them? Who should we put them on to that they might want to hear all that from?
Well, I'm not a philanthropist, or I'm not, like, there are why would they not want to know? There's a group of people. I don't know what world you live in, but I live in a world where we want information. We share that information. When somebody finds something out, we pass that on, or we hold sessions, and we share. Look, this is what we're discovering and learning about each other. So I don't know what world you live in where nobody. I ain't trying to hear nothing about that. Like, she gonna want to know something about them fibroids. I don't know what world you live in where any woman is gonna say, I don't care nothing about. I'm more likely to have a whatever 3 times more likely to have HPV and then contract cervical or ovarian cancer than the Caucasian woman who in the middle, and then the Asian. Like, who wouldn't want to know that? Like, I don't know who's just that. I don't know anybody like that. Maybe you do, but I know women they want to know. They're tired of certain issues that they don't even speak about. They're gonna want to know. Okay, no wonder my delivery was so hard. It wasn't anything you did wrong. They feel a certain way about things, but don't have a face to put on. And yes, we want a face to put on our enemy. We want to put a face on our enemy. Yes, we do. So
I was about to say, I got a nice little theory about that. I don't really think that is too much wrong with the Black woman's body. Period. I think that it's more so, the hospital's doing what the hospital's doing from when you were a child and coming up. I mean, just modern day medicine is something to be looked at, because you got to think about it. Back in the day, we didn't have all this modern day medicine. You got hurt, you wrapped the shit up, you went about your business. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, like you poured a little alcohol on there. You know what I'm saying? Felt the burn. You know what I mean? And you got up out of there. So what we really need to be looking at is modern medicine and what is happening from the point where you are born and growing up, when they be trying to give all these shots for you to go to school, and because you turned 13 and stuff like that. So we really gotta start looking it up in those aspects because from my knowledge, they was they were experimenting on black women, to help other races of women survive and stuff like that. So
right, and
it might be
in
something
those
that
experiments, not one is going to tell why I am 80, almost 90% more. Every black woman, I don't know what you're talking about, nothing's wrong, but when it comes to our reproductive area, there are things majorly wrong. And the fact that it's so astronomical between Bomb Cherry, me, and MJ, okay, there's 3 female are up here. At least one of us is going, if not 2, are going to have to face fibroids and have a total or not a full hysterectomy. That you cannot deny and say there's nothing wrong with us, okay? That's a fact. I don't know MJ's age, I don't know, but I know I'm already one of them. And it's a high probability there's 2 of us up here. That's how high that number is. So for you to say you don't think anything's wrong.
I said it was a theory. I said I had a theory.
Well, your theory is you can take that and go put it somewhere else because our reproductive area is at war, and it is a things that going on you wouldn't get. So your theory doesn't matter when it comes to the science. You can't bring theory into science. Science is science, and biology is biology. Okay, but so theories don't come into play here. This is science.
To the women that bear children in those days.
When you're doing science and you're doing biology, I was about to say everything as far as science and biology, everything starts off with a hypothesis and a theory. Everything starts off with a hypothesis and a theory. As far as science and
biology. I want to agree with her. I'm the second up here. I had a full hysterectomy. No, a partial, I'm sorry. Right when I turned 50, that's quite young, especially in my family. The women in my family used to have babies in their 50s. Okay, women used to have babies in their 50s. Now they're telling us like it's dangerous to have them in your 40s or late 30s.
And I said one of the things that I said was we need to start seeing what is happening in the hospitals when you're really young and they giving y'all these shots and when y'all 11, 12, 13 years old and stuff. I said that. That's why I said we have to start, you know what I'm saying? Like as far we have to dig into modern medicine.
Those
and
vaccinations,
get that information. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Because like
guess what, guys? I don't know. Y'all don't know about the smart girls. We've already done that. We've looked at the vaccinations had nothing to do with that. So y'all listen, you're just going to have to let the women have this and do this because we know what to ask for. It had nothing to do with vaccination. It doesn't have anything to do with it's something else. And the answer is not clear. And we can't put a face on that monster or that ghost right now. It's going to take so much digging. And I don't even know if the gatekeepers of these clinics is going to really give us that. Why and when do we start all of a sudden and how long have we been having issues with 5 and 7 millimeter centimeters between this? Vaughn was 50. I'm 47. The fact that almost 90% of black women between the ages of 40 and 50 are going to have a hysterectomy. Do you realize what a hysterectomy is? You know that's the removal of our entire reproductive system. For that to be almost 90% of us, do you realize how high that is? That means you better get your baby out of the way because something's going to be popping up in them 40s. And by popping up, I'm talking about the fibroids, which then are going to end up amongst other stuff with the cysts and stuff. That's the best solution to get rid of that problem is to have a hysterectomy. So unless you don't know what a hysterectomy is and you're talking like we're talking about a flu or a cold or a bump, that is the full removal of our reproductive system, our uterus being snatched up out of us and gone over to the either biohazard waste or donated to science. Wherever it goes, it is no longer useful, and then that woman then can no longer even carry a child. So I don't know if you're understanding when I say that how high that percentage is with
so
us.
Are y'all getting falsely tested?
Falsely tested?
Don't you have to get tested for that?
What? Okay, am I missing something here? Are you talking about falsely tested for a fibroid? Are you serious? Which comes on an X-ray with the site. Would you like to see my X-rays for my fibroids?
No, ma'am. Don't do all that.
How can we be falsely tested for that when it comes on an X-ray and you can look at it yourself? They show you the dang on thing. You can't be serious right now. Please stop talking to me like a child because I am a grown woman and these are serious.
I don't know nothing about no X-rays and none of that.
But
I'm just asking detailed questions. I can't ask. Hold on, wait, time out. We all up here, right? Y'all are speaking as women, right? I'm a man, right? So it's only right of me to ask these type of questions, right?
No, actually, it's ignorant because if you would just listen, sometimes you just need to just listen and take in this good game.
It's ignorant. It's ignorant, right? Trying to get information, right? Okay.
You asked that we be tested, and not when I'm talking about how can we be tested for our youth? Like you're not, your questioning isn't making sense. Are you just asking a question because you just want to engage in conversation? Because this ain't the type of topic for engagement. This is informational to be used for someone to take and understand. Like if it's some women in the chat, like, oh, I thought I was the only one. No, you're not, girl. 80%, almost 90% of us got that issue. So relax and know to go and make the decision you need to go. This is informational. This isn't hypotheses and talks. And I got questions. It's facts and science, and it can't be disputed. And unless you a woman with a reproductive system in our African American that is struggling with some things that we don't even talk about, you should be privileged to
so
be.
If y'all didn't have, hold on, wait, time out. So if y'all didn't have,
so like,
if y'all didn't have,
hold on one second, Trey. I see a lot of women saying I was 35. What are we saying that at 35 is happening?
Hysterectomy.
So we have women that's in the chat and on the panel that at 35 is when.
That's about right. It starts at 35.
If we can go back 30 to 40 years ago.
This is important for me because I did not know it happened so young.
I didn't know none of this either, right? And that's the thing I'm trying to figure out, right? So if this didn't happen 30 to 40 years ago, right? Because 30 to
40 years ago. What are you talking about? It was going on 30, 40 years ago. This has been going on for a long time.
Oh, well.
Well, you just made that up. I don't know. One up here said this.
Just okay. Hold on, BG. So hold on. He's a young man, so this is all new information for him.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this is all new information for him. But this is also new information for my old ass too.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm trying to figure out what's really going on here. Like that's what all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get clarification.
What Beach is trying to say is also because it's something that is dear to, like, just be careful. Just make sure the question doesn't come off as something that it's not. Because you was being inquisitive.
Only thing I can do is ask questions about something that if I don't understand it, how can I know if a question is going to be offensive or not?
Trey, what I'm saying is that so we got it back to where she understand that you question him because you want information versus questioning her to question her, because those are two different kind of questions. So she took it as a different way, but now she understands you're young, you want the information, and she want to help educate, because that's why she said this is educational. This is not something to
the doctor.
It's very personal to us, so we just got to be mindful of it being personal to Black women specifically.
Mackie, you're weird. Talking about doctors can't be trusted. That's awesome. No. Let me tell you something. For those of us, play around if you want to. Okay, I don't need another blood transfusion to talk about. I don't trust y'all. I'm good. Now, what's not to be trusted is friends, loose information, random Google searches, trying to diagnose you. What can be trusted is when I go up into a hospital facility, a medical care, and they have to run an X-ray on my ultrasound, to be exact. They're going to do an ultrasound. That ultrasound is not going to be manipulated, and I can watch them while they're doing it. Do you understand? When they put that thing on our stomach and they're giving us that ultrasound, just like when you're pregnant, we can see that baby moving. We can see his 2 legs and 10 toes, just like I can also see 2 large tumors sitting there that don't supposed to be there, 5 centimeters and 7 centimeters. We can see that. So yes, the medical staff can be trusted in letting me know if there's something growing in my body that doesn't supposed to be there and it needs to be removed. So I don't know what world y'all living in where the doctors can't be trusted, but had it not been for a medical team and listening to people just try to tell me and self-diagnosing me with a black and mild and an EBT card, I'd be dead right now. I'd be dead because I was going into organ failure, listening to this type of people tell me, instead of just finally going in and having the dang on ultrasound done. Oh my gosh, I shouldn't have had to go that far. So you're wrong. You're wrong. The medical staff can be trusted.
And
I think
I have a question for Beachy too.
What I think is I'm sorry. I just want to say, I just think that with Trey, since he's still young and he's just trying to be in part of the conversation, he's going on the basis when we talk about a specific part about the medical, when we talk about medical treatment for Black women versus other women, and we have stats on that. So I think that's why he led into the conversation speaking like that, not to necessarily say that everything cannot be trusted and that the medical field in itself is just like the big bad evil. However, we did bring up some good points that maybe we have gotten a little bit too comfortable in reference of other people being in control of our health, and maybe we need to start, taking some of that reins back, but still using the medical, industry for what is actually for things that we really cannot solve within ourselves, and we need that extra help.
Damn, MJ, you stole my thunder with that. I was gonna say something very similar to that.
My bad.
Nah, Beachy, I was gonna say to Beachy when she first got the information on that, she said it made her feel bad, right? When I hear statistics and stuff like that make me get a picture of what's going on in the world, I start to think and reflect on myself and say, okay, what decisions have I made to get myself possibly in a situation? You know what I'm saying? What measures have I taken? How much did I assume? Like if you're really humble, you're gonna realize you assume greatly in life. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna assume a lot of things that you shouldn't trust, that you're taught to trust, things you never questioned that you should have questioned. And that just comes down to you have to hold yourself accountable. It's not that you did something wrong, but it's more like, okay, now it's time for me to take control over this because now that I've seen this been revealed to me, where have I been lacking? Why did I trust? Why did I not question this? Why did I just go with the crowd because everyone else does it? I just got comfortable. And we do get comfortable in life. I'm saying we strive to be comfortable, but there's a thing called being too comfortable. Don't ever get too comfortable in life. She's doing her due diligence because she got found out that, this was happening in her life. So now she's focused. She has more information. I'm glad she's getting it for all of us to hear what's going on. I'm always interested in what females have to go through. I have a wife. All right. Her health is my importance too. I want her to live as long as I live. Okay. I did all types of stuff when it comes to bone marrow and density between men and women and why that's different stuff. Healing factors, water balances. I learned a lot about women. Okay. I did because again, my wife's health is important to me too. So don't get it like I don't want the narrative to be painted where men don't care about women's health. If you are a man who's invested in his wife, oh, you care. No, you definitely going to care about your daughter and your wife. Just saying. But I like where the conversation is going. And BG, thank you for sharing. What you shared was very intimate, and it was definitely not going to appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate everything in this conversation too. And I want to say this. One thing about me is I'm never trying to come off offensive, especially if you're talking about your reproductive system. And I didn't even know that y'all was like, until y'all told me that y'all were talking about the actual reproductive system, I didn't know, right? And one thing that we have to start, and one thing that we have to start realizing as human beings, right? Sometimes it is best to have a conversation with somebody that knows absolutely nothing about the situation. The reason why I say this is because, right, when you're teaching kids and you're telling kids something that don't know anything about anything, they question everything. Even if the question come off offensive or if it don't make sense to you, or you know what I'm saying, kids ask the most outrageous questions and it'll open up your mind. So sometimes when you having conversations, just be open to that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you guys, we would like to talk and share a lot of things, but I guess I don't know if it's the gender war or how much y'all beat us over our head. Are y'all really open to understand your women? We got bigger issues and attacks on us than who got a weed and who got lash. Like we got bigger problems than that, and I don't think you all have presented yourselves with the endearment or the love for us to even be able to, even in your own household, to say, I'm dealing with some things and it affects us, and I need to get in on this. Y'all don't allow us that. You all pushed us away. You hate us. You dog us out. So why would we? This just happened to be on Sharon panel, bouncing off of the HPV debate, and then we ended up here. But honestly, we only got here because we over here reviewing two Caucasian women debate about stuff that don't even affect them as it affects us. That's how we end up getting to us. So look what it took for it didn't get to us, and see it all tie in together. I mean, this is what we gotta do. We gotta use other people's debates and platforms and tie in our issues so that you all understand. Forget what they're talking about. This is what you own with your own women, and you should be concerned, especially when it comes to that mortality. And I know some of you all want to have kids, or if you don't have any, your wife you plan on it, that she's 3 times more likely to die than the Caucasian woman next door. That's pretty serious. And the rate that your child may die highly next to the car, that's pretty serious. So I would think that you would want to know those things. So
exactly.
But
the thing is, right? The thing is, how would we know those things if those things haven't been presented to us at all, right? So sometimes, right, as human beings, we are oblivious, right? And that's just one of the things that that most men are oblivious to, right? Most men are oblivious to this conversation that we are now having. That's just the facts. Because
that's because y'all don't listen to women. Y'all don't like listening to women. Right now, we're on a man's channel, so you're here, right? But if some of us who are, content creators, and when we speak about these things, you men don't want to be there.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Let
me tell you what it is, right? So,
but you gonna tell me what it is?
Most of the time when y'all having these conversations, y'all telling men to get the fuck out the room.
No, that is not true.
Okay.
I was going to say, well, I can't speak for every man. I would just only say, for me, if I'm invested in whatever it is I'm invested in, whether it's a person or thing, I'm going to look more into it, understanding it. You know what I'm saying? It's just that simple. Even this YouTube thing, anything I'm involved with, I'm going to do my due diligence to understand it. So if I was with a black woman, yes, I would try to understand her in and out, because my daughter also would be just like her mother. I would do everything in the sense of understanding whatever I get involved with. If I'm not involved with it, I'm not going to know much about it. It's just that simple. I don't know nothing about it. I'm not involved with it. How do I know? I'm oblivious.
And I think there's a stark difference between.
LA Projects. I'll send a super chat. LA Project, comment, y'all. They right here talking to y'all. I'll send a super chat for her for that to be sent in or cash out. I see you, LA.
BG, there's a difference between us not agreeing, us being able to converse, even in conflict, us not caring. Sometimes it's seen as when we're in conflict about something, all of a sudden we don't want to talk. But just because we may not agree that apples are apples doesn't mean that I don't care about the fact that you're building a fruit basket. I still care about you as a whole. That doesn't mean that we have to agree on everything. And yeah, even if I don't agree with you, I can still love you enough to care about your overall health. And I think that's conflation.
The men, y'all don't like listening to women and what they're going through so much that I had a hysterectomy and my husband knew nothing about. I had a couple of surgeries that all he knew was that he had to bring me and pick me up. He wasn't involved in none of the, hey, I got to do this. Hey, I got to do that. This is what's going on. And I don't know what it is with you men, but y'all just don't really care.
Like I respect that narrative. Wait. Respect what she's saying.
I don't.
Shut up. Respect what she's saying. She's giving her perspective. This is her narrative. She's telling you to your face you're not listening, and you keep cutting her off. You're proving her point. You're proving her point right there in real time, and it's fucking crazy.
How? No, fuck that. How?
Oh my God.
Yeah, listen.
I just told you.
Well, what I'm saying is.
She not wrong though, because ain't none of us.
Hold on, y'all. Get ahead, bomb.
Yeah, what I'm saying. So you, as the younger man, Joshua, right? Maybe you could do it a little different. But when your wife is going through her menstrual cramps and things like that, are you paying attention? Do you know when her time of month supposed to be there? If she's late, do you even know that? Even though you live with her?
Absolutely, because it's my job to. I take off work to take my wife to the hospital. Every time she has to go to the doctor's office for any reason, I will take off to make sure I know what's going on, and she'll do the same for me, because my health is my responsibility and vice versa.
Right.
But we take that very seriously.
But most of these older men, right? Like my husband, he would take me to the doctor's appointment, and he'll sit out in the car and wait for me to get out. Like, I think you will hear that from a lot of women through the years, right? If you younger men are doing it different, that's good. That's a great thing. Definitely make sure, One time I was on my menstrual cycle for 6 months, non-stop, straight.
Oh shit.
And the only thing my husband recognized is that we wasn't having sex.
Mm.
I'm thinking I'm bleeding to death for 6
Right.
months, y'all.
That's what I was talking.
Man.
That's all he care about? Sex?
Once it
God.
went
Well,
past 10,
well, no, I'm
he
not
got that
saying that's
checked
what he
out
cared about,
immediately.
but that's what he noticed about. That's what he noticed, that we
Selfish.
wasn't having sex. I'm not saying he didn't care, but he never said, well, why are you like, let's go to the doctors, let's do this. And the reason I did that for 6 months is because when I called my parents, they were like, oh, that's just a woman thing. The doctor told me I should have went in that long
A
time
long
ago.
time. Come on, Bomb.
Yeah. Like
Did
10
we?
days.
I told
After
y'all
10
what
days,
happened.
something
Thank
not
you,
right.
Mom. See what happened when we ask other people instead of
Yeah.
who said the doctors can't be trusted. We asking around, girl, what's going on? I've been on. It been 30 days. So I'm still, you buying the super deluxe, ultra, like yeah. I mean, just things that we navigate around talking to other folks, and then only to find out when we get into the medical profession and say, honey, baby, why didn't you come in here a long time ago? Listening to nigga rig talk about, change your diet up and lose a few pounds, honey, it'll dry all up. No, something wrong with us, something wrong with me, and I need a medical professional to put that ultrasound on me to say, girl, how long you been living like this?
I got
Get
a
you on
question.
the table as quick as possible before you go into organ failure, because that's what was next. Okay, and I feel like it gets really bad. Like while we listening and talking to our friend and empathizing and having conversations, I don't know why we do that, but we do.
I
We
got a
do, and we need to stop and go straight up in there, and then that's what the doctor's going to say. Why they're not plotting against us? Like, we want, going to tell us the wrong thing. They want to operate. They want to be a doctor. They can't get paid if they're not doctoring. Black women are like, oh shoot, a black woman coming in, we finna make a good check. We know she got all type of stuff going on. And I looked at, I done made a lot of people a lot of money last year playing Frankenstein on my body, okay, trying to figure out this and pulling this out and sewing this and doing all this extra stuff. They done came up off of me. They want us in there so they can get the work because there are things going on with us. So yes, that's what we will get. Like Bomb said, talking to other people about it too. They're telling us everything wrong. No one's really giving a honest answer. I don't know what the shame about it is. Nothing shameful. It's like something's wrong and growing inside our bodies that's not supposed to be there, and it's killing us. And it take the actual doctor, who, by the way, sorry, black pro blacks, they probably aren't black. I know y'all, y'all talk about a black doctor could fix that. I don't care who it is. If I'm about to die, you could be looking like a goddamn and I don't care what you are. Save my life.
Southwest Asia.
Care about that.
Southwest Asia.
I got one question. I got one question for
Hold
the
on,
ladies.
but let me read
right?
the money.
I got one question for the ladies.
If you don't mind. If you don't
thing-
mind, let me read the money real quick.
Okay, my bad.
Kulu live streaming, $3.69 to $2. Dr. Lilia Africa, Dr. Carol Barnes wrote a book on this subject. Thank you so much, Kulu streaming. So everybody go look up Dr. Africa's book and Dr. Carol Barnes. They both wrote a book on this very topic so we could get more educated and have more concern for our people, because we need to have more concern for our people, clearly. And our women are literally telling us that we are not, and it's showing that we are not informed on it, right? Like,
Exactly.
So I didn't know about it, Trey didn't know about it, and so on and so forth. So it shows that we are not informed enough about what's going on with our ladies because we're not willing to listen. So sometimes we gotta listen. Go ahead, Trey.
All right. So my question is, right, because as Sharon just said, I didn't know about it. I was in my opinion, unless you are in the medical field, which is what maybe 5%, 10% of males, 90% of males know nothing about what's going on, right? If you feel what I'm saying, that if I had to put a minority majority and I had to put a number to it, right? So my number would be 90%. And what you just said out your mouth, verbatim, you just said that we will go and we will have conversations and it will be change your diet, it'll all dry up, right? And my question to the females are y'all having these type of conversations with men or other females? Because as I said again, you can't say that men don't care about something that they know nothing about.
Yes, I can. I'm finna give you an example. The debate. Let's go back to the debate. Y'all just heard Anna and Pearl go back and forth about HPV. Which one of you all actually knew what HPV is and what the causes of HPV living in a woman's body, what that turns into? Or did you just skip past HPV like she just said it was a goddamn common cold? Be honest.
I knew about it. I knew about it.
Most millennials, we know about HPV because we had an HPV vaccination that we had to take while we were in public school. We had to be HPV vaccinated.
Well, you don't have to.
When that stopped.
You don't have to.
When I was in school up in West, we didn't have a choice. Like, in order to go to that school, there was a list of vaccination. The HPV vaccination had to happen in 3rd grade.
Okay.
But I was also surrounded by a bunch of white people, so.
Yeah, he's young, so that's true.
Okay.
But I never heard of even HPV up until my kids, and they needed shots, right? And I wondered why they wanted to give the boys shots if the only person who get affected by HPV was girls, because they didn't share that information back then. But now I think they realize that you men carry it and can give it to the women.
Through us, and the word it's affecting us the most. I ain't talking about the throat part. We know that's curable, but that's not what's taking us sisters out. It's the ovarian and cervical cancer that come from the HPV that's been growing in us for 30 years. And now we go into the doctor and we at stage goddamn 3 cervical cancer. Like, wait, what? So yeah, that's pretty serious. So I just want to throw it out there. As y'all say, when does it come up? It was just on that debate. They sitting there talking about something.
But you gotta think about it like this too, though. If HPV only became prevalent 20 to 30 years ago, right? Then therefore this is a fairly new conversation in itself.
No, when this only came prevalent, I said something. I personally, HPV been around for forever. I'm just saying, I was speaking on they finally tied it and admitted, okay, it has something to do with sex. STD didn't want to call it that because it can just live in the body. It's not like the common goddamn gonorrhea or crabs. Penicillin ain't gonna just send it on its way. It's gonna lay dormant.
So you're saying the best way to avoid this is by keeping your virginity?
No, it's not just a skin-to-skin contact. It's a skin-to-skin contact disease, man. Sex is mostly involved in it most of the time, but it's not just sex. You literally just touch someone's hand. That's highly activated right now.
That information is not accurate. No one has HPV in their cervix because they touch someone's hand. That's not a good analogy.
No, not in the cervix. Not in the cervix. I'm saying just having the virus, just in general. Like you just have it on your arm or somewhere else. It's skin-to-skin contact. I'm saying.
So pretty much. All right. So to make it understood, so that means something have to touch her cervix for her to get it. Is what Marvin.
Well, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
So that means a lot of times it is pushed out through the man, right? And this is how a lot of men be getting these goddamn throat HPV. Is something touching the back? Something touching the back of his throat? I don't know.
Wow, you ain't shit.
I don't know what's touching back there. I don't know what's touching back there, but all I know is all of a sudden it's a bunch of men getting,
No, but you telling the truth.
What you mean, Josh? I'm just saying, I don't know how it got there, Josh. I don't know.
Wow.
But it's skin-to-skin contact, and any man, if you know a man that got, HPV in the throat, hey, maybe you guys say, hey, what was you doing? What was going on?
He might not know he got it. He probably might not. It can live dormant for so long, he might not even know he got it in his throat.
That is crazy.
Like, it might have been an initial carrier.
Right, something like that. It could have been there for decades. So the new person that that's what I'm saying. HPV is deadly. It's a silent. It's death. HPV is a silent, deadly virus living forever. Wow. So that means, Sharon, you've been married. I'm just going to say 10 years at least. 10 years.
Almost 2 decades now.
You don't have to give it to me. I'm just going with it. Yeah. Now I ain't putting this on your wife, but as a woman, it's possible. Unless she could be carrying HPV from being 19 and it just like dormant in her body and during your marriage it activates itself and now she got to go in
and then I'm be with Emperor divorce.
But you would have to if you didn't know that because you're like, wait, hold on, who gave you HPV? I don't
wow.
Not understanding it.
You ain't shit.
Just wow.
Sharon, you know what I'm saying though, like, and that's why they kept it for so long. They didn't want men rushing out, divorcing their wives, accusing them of cheating. They had to wait and slowly break it down. And, okay, guys, listen, it can lay dormant in this woman in her cervix for 30 years. So do not think that she did anything against you or behind your back. Just please hear us out. And it took a long time, when I said 20, 30 years, before men will understand and receive the literature to say, okay, I get it. I married you 10 years ago, but that HPV didn't come. That's been laying there for the last 20 years. You didn't cheat. You didn't do anything behind my back to get that. I understand. So they won't be looking at them sideways while they're trying to go through chemo and get it on out. And all the other steps, like, oh, you brought that. No, she didn't do anything. Like, that could have been 18, 19. It's just that common and can lay that dormant for that long.
Can a man, he could have been cheating on her and passed it on to his wife. So, you know, they say men pass it to other women. He gets it from a woman and passes it to another woman. He don't get affected the way she does. Right. But yeah, he's sharing it. So,
which is why both get curved, both male and female. It's got to be vaccinated.
If you can hit but is it does it matter if you can hit the back of it or not? Like, does that matter? Like,
you wild.
There gotta be that contact. You know what I'm saying? Like that throat thing. Something gotta reach all the way in his throat for him to get that.
Wow, Sharon.
I'm sorry. We got
just wow.
You know what? You know what? Sharon. You know
that was wild. Wow. Crazy work, bro. That was wild.
Hey, we needed a little laugh. I mean, you know, it's important. So I haven't yet. I mean, one of my sons in the Air Force, I'm pretty sure they had him do one. The other one, not yet. But I'm going to encourage him. And I mean, my daughter, even though she's not active enough to, probably the way it's going now in our rate, they should probably get vaccinated for it if it's going to severely minimize her getting cervical ovarian cancer, or my son, when he becomes active or whatever, transferring it to his wife or partner. I don't want anybody to have to be fighting cancer. If there's something I can do, I will consider. I'm not an anti-vaccine person. I get some of you all are, and I respect that, but I also respect some of us. Is like, it's a vaccine for it. I done already got a whooping cough vaccine 5 years ago because they told me it was making a comeback, and it's back around. So anyway, so let's get on this debate. I'm gonna mute up so Sharon can do his thing. All right.
Our time actually ran up. Those opening interrogations are over. Let's take a moment here. It up. Again, open debate. I remind you guys, I know everyone's passionate about this. I get that, but you can't have multiple people debating at the same time, right? We got one debater here. We got one debater here. Let's keep it here. All right. Let's put 30 minutes up.
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
There are consequences for it, especially when there's a court order for them to carry out their responsibility and pay child support so that child can be raised.
And what happens?
Do you think there shouldn't be legal responsibilities or legal consequences if they fail to carry out a court order to, you know, take care of their kids?
I've interviewed men that have paid millions of dollars in
Don't care about your interviews. Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter. What I need is actual statistic, empirical evidence. They should pay their child support. $441
What happens?
is the average child support payment. $441 a month.
Yeah, that's for someone that makes $24,000 a year.
You just told me a woman can just go to work and take care of the kids totally by herself.
How does a guy live when he's paying $500 a month and $24,000 a year?
You think $500 a month is too much in child support? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Do you know how much childcare costs, for instance? I mean, that mother has to go to work.
She is getting absolutely demolished.
That girl's not answering any questions, low key.
That is
like no questions are being answered.
I was about to say the the one in the blue didn't answer any questions at all. She
She's
just
just
keeps
running her
asking
mouth.
questions and just running and just going and going.
Both
and
of them
going
have
and going.
on blue. Which one are you talking about?
The dark.
You talking about the 6'1" or the 5'1"?
5
Pearl
foot
is
one,
the one
just-
with the
just
red hair.
running,
The
running,
5'1"
running.
have answered every question.
No,
She
she
did.
hasn't.
Yes,
Wait,
she
when?
has.
Hold on.
When?
What?
What you mean? What? I saw just now with hold on. What we were just watching right now. She didn't answer no question.
No, there was no
No.
questions asked.
She was
How
she
could
was
she
still
answer questions
talking.
with
She was
Hold
still
on.
talking. She never stopped talking.
No, she
Hold
never
on.
answered the question.
She answered all questions.
She asked
No,
her, what happens to a man when he does not pay child support. She said it is consequences for that. Do you? And she went on to say what the consequences are. She didn't go in depth with it. She said it is consequences
did.
for it.
She did say that.
I agree. She said there's consequences. Well, she said she asked the question. They shouldn't they shouldn't have to pay. That's what she was trying to retort with, and that
Right.
wasn't it.
And she didn't get a chance.
And
she
then,
didn't
like I
answer
said,
that. Right.
there was no questions being answered. That's all I'm saying.
No, yeah, but Anna asked her question. So, and then she asked her about the 24,005. She said, "So, do you think $500 a month is enough?"
I mean, we could do the math if you want to.
When did Anna answer the question? You didn't answer the question.
Guys, the questions went into whataboutisms. It went to one answer question, then what about this? What about that? What about this? It was like one up thing. And it was real petty and getting real stupid.
It's
Real
yeah,
quick.
it says nuance.
All right, so what?
No, that's
all right, so what happens to a man when he doesn't pay child support?
He goes
All right, after X amount of time,
get his license took.
And that's
Get
what
his
she said.
job,
Consequences.
Consequences.
She
Now,
gave
this-
the answer.
My I think what Pro's trying to get at is if he's doing 50%, like when the kids are over there with him, he's taking full care of them and he's providing and all that stuff. I think this is what Pro's talking about. And then she goes over, like the kid goes over to the mom's house. Why should he have to pay the mom if they're both doing the same thing 50-50? That's the point that Pro's trying to get at, but she cannot articulate it. She is not smart.
What do you mean by what do you mean by pay the mom?
Okay, so look, if the dad or father has their kid a own room, all the clothes and all the food when the kid is with them, right? He has them half the time, right? Now the woman should be able to do the same thing. Why should the man have to pay her if he's doing the same thing she's doing 50% of the time? That's the point Pro's trying to get at, but she cannot articulate that.
Yeah, because majority of people are not living like that. That is on child support.
But that's what Pro's trying to get at. It should be 50-50 in that sense. Is what she's trying to say, but she cannot say it.
Yeah, but the
No,
problem
she did say that.
Hold on,
No,
but
she
that's
didn't.
hold on. Are we saying that majority of men have their own apartment with an extra room for their kid that they see on the weekends?
She's talking about that
Hold on,
majority
answer the
of
question.
men.
You're acting
Yes.
just like Pearl. Answer the question. Are we saying
yes.
majority of men have 2-bedroom apartments living by themselves, waiting for their kid to come over on the weekend?
The men that she's talking about, yes.
No, not the men she talking about. She gave an example of the men she talking about.
So a man that is making $24,000 a year has a
Right.
2-bedroom apartment that is just for that kid that comes over on the weekend.
It
How's that
depends on where they
50-50?
live at. It's possible. It is possible that
He said
that
it's
a man
possible.
is trying to
It's
figure
very
it out.
possible.
Now, if he took
It's
that
very- if you making
500 and he was putting it
24,000
into that house, yes.
24,000 a year, you can damn sure get government assistance. So it's damn
Right.
sure possible.
All
Is
right,
most
Apparently,
men
I don't
doing
understand how
that?
50-50 works.
Y'all
Okay.
talking about possibility, or most men,
Hold on,
or even
hold on.
a little bit of the men
what we're
doing
Most
it.
men that want their
Hold on,
children are
hold
doing
on.
that, yes.
Slow down. So
Oh my God.
hold on, the Emperor. If we are going to have a conversation about possibilities, then we can never have a conversation.
Okay, so
everything. Hold
I
on,
agree.
please let me finish what I'm saying. Because everything is a possibility. It is a man with no arms and no legs, and he can have a child. What the fuck does that mean? It doesn't mean anything that this crippled man can have a family. Is a man with
Man,
no
listen,
arms
we
and
not
no
going
legs.
to talk about the
It's a
crippled men
man
with families.
it's a man with no arms and no legs, and he's a motivational speaker and telling everybody how they should stand up and be stand-up men. And
It's
he-
a man with no arms. It's a man with no arms with flappy feet that swim real fast. So what? What we talking about?
You talking about Smitty?
No.
Hold up.
Hey,
that.
Wait,
hey, no.
Shalon, you're still skipping everything. So I don't understand how 5 minus 2 is half and half. Maybe math isn't my subject, but if she has the child 5 days and he has 2, that is absolutely not 50-50.
Correct.
That's not 50-50.
Tripping.
Right. And that's why we got to stop. And that's why I'm trying to get Emperor to stop having these nuance and possibility. We understand that it's possible. However, you ain't Kevin Garnett, so stop saying this.
So is the weekend?
We know anything's possible.
Nah, he didn't say that. He said nothing is impossible.
What trying to say is, what he trying to say is, it's a lot of JPs out here. You feel what I'm saying? It's a lot of.
No,
I'm not with it. We going back to the debate. Bob, you want to say something before I go back to it?
no, you good.
All right. Trey.
Right? Where's the kid going to stay while that mother is working? How is she going to pay for the
what happens to men when they don't pay child support?
Sorry, say that again.
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
There are legal repercussions for not carrying out a court mandate.
Do you think that
to do something?
Do you think that fraud should be illegal?
Absolutely.
And another question.
So why is it not illegal for women to fraud men on paternity? If a man does not find out he's the father over the age of 2, he is on the hook for child support for 18 years.
I don't know what the law is when it comes to that, but it's wrong. If you're lying about paternity, that is wrong, and there should be legal consequences
why
for
haven't
that.
Feminists fought?
It's that simple.
Then why aren't feminists fighting for it, Anna?
Because feminists fight for women, obviously.
Right. That's my point. At the expense of men.
Boom! Boom, boom!
That's crazy.
What? Hold on.
Eating. I told y'all.
She's not eating nothing.
Hold on. Let me get this right. So, the men actually agree with this? How many? Who agree?
As far as feminists goes, I think they should be fighting for equal
rights.
Yes, and holding women accountable to their negligence.
Hold on. I want to get a clear understanding. So, the Emperor, you agree with what Pearl just said?
When it comes to holding women accountable, feminists should do that as well. Yes, I believe so.
No. Hold on. I don't know.
That's what she's saying. She's saying, why are feminists not fighting for men? Go ahead.
Feminism is what? Fighting for what?
For equal rights for men and women. That's what it's based on.
No. Okay, so no. Feminism is for fighting for women's rights.
Equal rights.
So they could be equal.
Man, I don't care what none of y'all talking about.
All right.
Hold on 1 second. Men already have their rights.
So do women.
Not at the time of feminism. Why are we trying to act like we don't understand?
No, we're talking about right now, though.
Oh my God.
Okay, so we talking about right now. Again. Why do you want women to fight for men's rights?
Nigga got sugar in his tank.
I want women to fight for equality.
No.
What the fuck is going on right now?
This don't make
That's
no
what I'm
sense.
saying.
Nigga,
These men are weak. They want these are the red pill men, right? Hello? These are the red pill men.
Who?
Okay, these are the red pill men.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
For some reason.
All right, so you're gonna have to pay to come back, because you just having Tourette's. You're not on camera and you just laughing and joking around. Go ahead, Bomb Cherry.
Okay, yeah, these men are they want women to fight for men. Remember, an older man came up here and told this to us, Sharon. He wanted to know why the women won't fight for the men equal rights. Right. We're saying you men already have rights.
Correct.
And just because you want us to then fight the white man or other men for you, and that's ridiculous. Feminist is about women's rights, not equality. Right. We're fighting for women to get equality, but we're not fighting for equality for everyone.
Correct. And which privilege. Man up here? Anybody disagrees with that? Feminism is fighting for women's rights, not equal.
Absolutely. No, feminism is fighting for women's privilege, not women's rights.
Ooh, what?
Yeah,
Okay.
I said what I said.
That's fine. Go ahead and please explain what you mean by that.
So feminism, and I'm not saying base feminism, I'm saying what feminism has become. Feminism, as is active now, fights for women's right to have benefits without the risk that comes with said benefits. It's the privilege without the responsibility.
What right is that you talking about specifically, so we can have an understanding?
Let's talk about the right to vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
Men also have the right to vote.
Mm-hmm.
We can all agree to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But feminism isn't fighting for women to have to sign up for the draft.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Okay. What does that mean?
So
that would be
you
an
have
equal
the
right.
you have the right to civil service without making the sacrifice that right comes with.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So again, so that means
Okay, no, I'm listening.
Okay, hold on. So that means women are fighting for women's rights and not equal rights, correct?
Right. Because if you're saying women are fighting for equality,
I thought he said women's privilege.
Okay, it's okay. So
that is what I said.
That's why you gotta let people talk, right? Because that's what he meant was something different. That's why you gotta let them talk. So again, so now you agree with us that women are fighting for women's rights and not for equal rights. Women don't want to be equal because they don't want to get drafted the way how men do. So we in agreement?
No, we're saying two different things.
Holy shit! You just said
we are saying two different things.
Okay, women are fighting for women's rights to be, but they're not looking for equal rights because they don't want to go to the draft. Is that not what you said?
No, I'm saying they're looking for it. They're looking for the privilege without the responsibility that comes with that privilege.
Regardless of that,
no, you cannot. Confused. Regardless of that, that is literally the point.
Sharon.
No, okay,
Sharon,
so
2026.
So again, so that means therefore they are not trying to be equal, correct? They're trying to have their own rights, and they don't want to be equal. They want to vote, but they don't want to fight in the war, right? Or drafted. They don't want to be drafted.
Fine, you're right. Yes.
Okay, so that's what we are saying. So they are not looking for equality. They're looking for their separate rights as women. Women have rights that they are looking for to benefit women. So we are all in agreement.
Privilege, yes.
So let me also say this, right? There are a lot of women who joined the military, like myself. They didn't have to draft me, right? So what do you say to those women?
So there's a difference between selectives, being selected, aka mandatory, versus volunteering. There's a stark difference. I respect the fact that there was a volunteering, but there's a difference between you having to volunteer and it being mandatory if this comes up, because you still have the option to say no.
Yeah.
Men would not have that same option.
Yeah, but men, how many of y'all have been drafted in the last 50 years?
Right.
Just wait.
But the option is still no.
Hold on, y'all.
But the option is still there.
Y'all hear this?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Slow down, because it doesn't even matter, right? Because at the end of the day, women are fighting for women rights, for it could benefit women.
That's
what privilege is.
Okay, I don't care if you call it privilege or right. Women are seeking out things that's going to be beneficial to women. And do we all agree with that? Yes or no?
Yes. I agree with that. Yeah. No, I absolutely agree with that.
So now we need y'all men to stop saying women are fighting for equal rights. Can we agree to that?
That's a fact.
Okay, Trey says yes. Joshua, do you agree with that? That y'all got to stop saying that women are fighting for equality?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the Emperor, can we now say that women are not fighting for equality? Do you agree?
Outside of control, I agree.
What the fuck is going on?
All right, so
this is crazy.
Hey, Sharon, let me tell you something. It is
BT, this is wild.
It is 2026, and comprehension skills aren't at the top of the list of things. I will say this. I do agree with what she said when she made the point that there should be consequences for false you know, for false
allegations.
Yeah, allegations of a child that you've been then 18 years. Yeah, I feel like you should get the book on that. I agree with it.
Guess what, guys? There is now. If once it's found out, the one who took the time and or later found out, even if it's year 25, and you've paid your child support for all 19 years and a day of that child, you have every right legally to go to the court, tell them you've been wrongfully paying child support. That judge will execute an order and make that woman pay you back in all its entirety. That has been going on. So I don't know.
That's not true, and it shouldn't be true.
I don't know. I don't know what's that. Hold on. Let me finish, Mom. Because my brother got his money back. So I don't know what they're doing in y'all states, but that wasn't his child.
Yeah, your brother shouldn't have got no money back. Your brother shouldn't have got no money back. Listen, if you paid 20-something years of child support, you didn't do your due diligence to find out. The DNA test been happening for over 30 years, right? Where you could go and make sure. See, he could have found out earlier.
I didn't say he paid that long. I said he got his money back. I was saying you weren't here earlier when I was giving an example. The 30-year-old woman, she's 30 and she's able to still get child support from her dad because nobody ever filed for the child support, never held him accountable, and she's getting child support checks, and she's a grown woman in her 30s. You can find those all over. Grown women telling their stories of how they're getting child support, and it even taps into, if they're in rearage, their retirement and pensions, and some of they get these bonus checks and they get garnished to grown daughters and sons. But what I'm saying now, if a man pays, even if he overpays by accident, the courts will catch that. They do give y'all your money back, and you can also ask to be refunded, even if you didn't do a DNA test. All of that, you can get your money back. I don't know what y'all state doing.
That's not true, y'all.
Down here in the South,
don't listen to this. First of all, my husband in his 50s, my mother-in-law was still getting child support for a man 50. And you know why? Because his mother, well, he did.
Right,
but his dad wasn't paying child support like he should have been. Yeah. And the government's still gonna come and get that money. You ain't gonna that bill never goes away. And we got to stop telling these men that they can go years later to claim that the child not theirs, when there's things they can do to make sure the child's not theirs.
But they can do that, Bomb. They can ask for a child. They can ask at any point in time. Now, I don't know if there's a cutoff, like, okay, sir, the lady is 50 or 60 and you just not found. I don't know. We can easily pull that up, though. We can take a few minutes and pull up, is there a statute of limitations on child support refunds, a reverse uno on their child support. But here, down in the dirty South, if a man at some point, or husband, now I don't know about husbands. I don't know about that, because you in that marriage, that's something tricky. At best, you can get your name removed off of the birth certificate as being the father.
You can't even do that. Listen, this is not true what she's saying, y'all.
Okay,
and it will destroy the child.
How you gonna tell me what ain't true? What I'm saying?
Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Regardless of the information, let's get it one at a time. We don't got to jump in. Beecher, you finished?
Oh no, I was just stating. Men said not only somebody also said, I don't know where you at, Bomb, but someone also it hasn't come yet about about paternity. It will come up. Can men deny paternity? So I don't know where you are, but here
I'm from the South, honey. Okay,
in Alabama.
I'm from Louisiana. It sounds like Alabama.
Hold on. You make me nervous. I want you to be able to talk, Bomb, without screaming all about it, because I don't want you to get stressed. I'm nervous. So hold on. So go ahead. Go ahead, Bomb. Get your full thought out. Go ahead, Bomb.
No, I'm saying, like, the laws have not changed to the degree that she's saying, because there is a reason why. Right? A man, right when a child was born, especially today, in the last 30 years, he can request a DNA test. He can request it even before the child was born if he want to pay that money, if there's any doubt. He can definitely get it after that child is born with a swipe of the mouth. That is it. And so you don't get to wait 3, 5, 15 years to then want to say, well, that baby not mine. That's not even fair to the child, let alone the woman. Right? We already know that a baby a papa's is a maybe. That is the way it runs.
Wow.
That's the way DNA. That's the way life works. You know for a fact who the mother is because she birthed the child. You never know for a fact who the father is. It's
Unless
all
you was
done
fucking
on trust.
around. Unless you was fucking around.
Wow.
Right. And you know,
Right,
and
so-
that's my point. That's the
Hold on,
point
so
you
I guess
men be
I
making,
guess
right?
men want to have a conversation about women. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Y'all don't want to let women have their conversation. Let them mind out their conversation. You want to jump in. Go ahead. Be a man.
Bracy is a problem.
I'm
It's a
speaking
problem
the
when
facts.
it's a problem when
Clever
men want to
Dolces.
talk about
Clever
women.
Dolces, have you got your
Is a-
hysterectomy? Just want to know.
Nigga, what the fuck?
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. My bad, Clever Dolces.
So
Go ahead.
Yo,
yeah.
yo,
So what
listen,
I was saying,
Bracy,
the
I
facts
will
Bomb
embarrass you,
wasn't
nigga.
finished yet. Hold on. Bomb
I'll
wasn't finished
embarrass
yet.
you. I'll embarrass you.
Yeah, the facts are the
In
facts.
front of your
All I'm
family, I'll
speaking of
embarrass
the,
you.
all I keep
Don't play with
speaking
me,
about.
boy.
What is wrong with you?
Play with me, boy. I'll embarrass you in front of your family.
You said
Don't
what?
play with me. I will
Speak up.
embarrass
Speak
you in
with your
front of
goddamn chest.
I will embarrass you in front of your family. That's what I said. Don't play with
Bruh.
me.
I don't know what's wrong with y'all, man. There's something really
I
wrong
will
with y'all.
embarrass you in front of your family.
So,
Don't play with
excuse
me.
me, guys.
with me,
I would
boy.
like to read the law.
Don't play with me, gang.
Hold on, I got
found the
y'all.
law.
Don't
Hold
play
on,
with
hold
me.
on. I got you. Hold on one second. Hey,
I'll
listen.
embarrass you.
Marvus, I think you have it. Shout out to Marvus. Thank you, Marvus. It's okay. But that's not how fans supposed to act when you see your guy, your favorite YouTuber. It's not how you're supposed to act. Okay, Quiver Doches? You're supposed to act with
Yeah, I know.
kindness and
Yeah, I
speak
know. Yeah.
properly.
It's
Stop
a
trying to
fact,
say
yeah.
you're going to do something that you are not going to do.
I would embarrass.
Fighter, come on, my guy. I got you,
Come on,
Fighter.
man. Nah.
Shut your punk
Fighter,
ass
be
up.
good. I would like to read the law that Miss Our Lovely Bomb Cherry was so eloquently wrong about. Okay. Legal pathways for reimbursement. Yes, men can potentially be refunded for child support paid based on fraud, often termed paternity fraud or misattributed paternity. It's an extremely challenging legal process. And
there you go.
We didn't say it wasn't gonna be a process. We said it could be done.
No,
It's
extremely.
Let me
Use
finish.
the word extremely, girl. Go ahead.
Let me finish. Didn't it say it can be done? No, you said it couldn't. Now, it is an extremely legal process, but it varies from jurisdiction. While overpayments due to clerical errors, change in circumstances, refunded, recovered money in cases of intentional deception, usually requires filing a civil lawsuit or a motion to set aside a judgment. Then it goes into legal pathways for reimbursement. If a man is induced into fraud by signing acknowledgement of paternity or not, he must file a motion. It tells you how to work your way through the dang on thing. Now, you just said it was impossible. Somebody in the chat.
No, I didn't say impossible. You said that men could get their money back, and I said that doesn't happen like that. Don't make it seem like
you
I
said
said
they
it's
couldn't.
impossible.
No, that's not what you said.
Hold on,
I said it. Okay, we cleared it. Men, y'all go get your goddamn money back. If that ain't your child and you have done it, go through the process, contact jurisdiction and find out how to get your refund back because they said you can do it. Like I said, I saw it done. My brother got his money back. So I don't know what you're talking about. But down here, you get caught overpaying. If you overpay and they find you paid too much, you can get that back for overpayment and for fraud. Now, as far as criminally, no, she's not going to go to a court of jail for lying and manipulating you into signing a birth certificate. There may be no criminal repercussions, but financially, yes, men, you can get your goddamn money back. That ain't up for dispute. Go to the courts. You file the junction. The end.
Okay. Okay. So it's a very hold on. So just say it's a very specific case. You got to be frauded, or you got to be overpaying, and then you could possibly get your money back. And since Fighter Complex, he know all about this because he's been through the child support system. I guess he want to talk about this part of the conversation because he have experience, right, Fighter?
Not because you left baby moms out here, so you would know better than me about that, right?
No, I've never been to the court system.
No, but you left baby mothers out there, so maybe you would know more.
So
about that
you asked me if I know about it. I said
because
no,
I don't
know about it
because I don't got baby moms. I don't got baby mamas out here.
Okay, and I'm
you
trying
do,
to tell you again. You asked me a question, and I'm answering it.
What was your solution to that? To leaving baby mamas out here in the world?
No, my solution to that is to take care of your kids. So I raised my children, so therefore I didn't have to go to any kind of court system.
Right. Okay. Yo, just don't do that again.
Stupid.
Okay? Don't do that again. Don't do that
See
again.
how-
He think he won. He said
How many? Mom Cherry, you're a webcam girl. Relax. But
Yes, thank
Cherry.
you.
All right, you don't want to have a conversation. You don't want to have a conversation. You want to come back up. You want to come back up. Pay 20 to come back up, and then you can insult me. You're not going to insult me for free. How about that?
Just wow,
Who was
Sharon.
that?
Just wow.
Who was that tried to come on the screen looking like the goddamn Grinch who stole Christmas?
Wow, Beachy. Just wow. This is crazy work. Y'all is hyped up today.
Wow. Mom did this.
What's going on today?
I don't even really
Wow, this wake up show. Shout out. SNL.
I don't even really
Sharon.
I don't even
Y'all
really
saw that scene? Every time
And you
I
know what's
saw it,
crazy? Hey, Sharon end up agreeing with me most of the time. That's crazy work.
I don't even really like going here, right? Because this
Yeah, I know I love me some Bum. Me and Bum, but we know how to play tennis ball off each
Oh, I
other.
love
We,
BTO.
All right, we gotta take it easy on Bomb. She's still in recovery. You
I
know,
know.
she getting up there. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
this is
Beat you,
hold on, now don't be trying to stick on no shade. Talking about she get
No,
up there.
she need to kick back and get her toes cracked. You know what I'm saying?
Now see, here you go. When you throw your you the last one. You in last place for all the commentary so far. You have been the least effective on the panel and have gave the least information that can benefit anybody. So Emperor, you need to
Hey, hold on. I haven't had a chance to talk because y'all giving all the facts. I agree because that's true too.
You haven't done a good job. You haven't nailed one landed.
Of course I have. Hey, I did. Pearl got her at that last little plane right there. She was like, drop that bomb. That was wild.
All right,
I was in the bed watching you party, Beachy.
All right, we're gonna jump back into it. I'm not sure Smitty ready to talk yet. Smitty, you ready to communicate? Or you good?
Nah, man, I'm still getting my Grinch look ready.
Nah, this was
He was like, nah, she ain't finna clock me, nah.
Hold on, wait, Sharon. Hold on.
Twist that up,
before
bro.
you start the video, right? Because this is bothersome, right? This is very, 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 very bothersome to me, right? Because I don't have any kids, right? So what you just said, Bomb Cherry, is the wildest and the craziest thing I had heard in a long time. And my rebuttal to that response, right? So
what did I say,
men, hold on, wait. No,
wild.
since the men shouldn't get their money back, right? Since you wholeheartedly believe that the men shouldn't get their money back, fuck it. There should be no more stepfathers ever in this world if that's your logic. There should be no man
get their money back?
No. There should be no man that ever step up and help out a damsel in distress ever in his lifetime.
A damsel in distress. So stepfathers go and get damsels in distress? Is that what these men are doing?
That's exactly what she is at that point.
No,
She's
that
a damsel
is.
in
I
distress.
hope not. But if
She's
that's
a damsel in distress, and
What?
somebody gonna put their cape on and they gonna save her and her family.
Gonna save her, so she wasn't dead already, huh?
They gonna make that family whole again. They gonna save her.
Is that what happened with your mom? Somebody wanted to know. Is that what happened to you?
No, that's what happened with you, though.
What?
Ooh. That's what happened with you.
What you mean? My mom and dad was
No, I didn't say your mom and dad. I said that's what happened with you. I said that's what happened with you.
What you mean?
What you mean? What I mean?
What you mean? My husband is downstairs.
Distress.
My husband is downstairs. We've been married for 36 years. What are you talking about?
Well, you might have had one before him. We don't know that.
So. I might have had one before him.
That's all I said.
My children are younger. My oldest is 31, so we've had all our children within
That's
the marriage.
all I'm saying. Look.
How do we get here?
We go by that logic.
This is why. What is going on?
Who was that? I can't even
Wow.
see him.
She said,
Who was that talking?
said
Wow.
there should never be- She said
Who was
that
that
there
talking,
shouldn't
y'all?
even- She said that there shouldn't even be a refund. These
Who
guys
is this?
shouldn't even.
Is that Trey? Who is that talking right now?
Yeah, that's Trey.
Okay,
Bob
Trey,
Trey said
I'm
that
writing
these
your
guys
name
shouldn't
down
even be
so
able to
it's
get a
on the
refund.
list.
She said that they should
Man, she just put you on a hit list, bro.
Like,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. By her logic.
Because you threw a wrench in the conversation. We was heading somewhere, and you ain't said nothing but talking about damsels in distress and shouldn't be no step
she
dance.
right.
That didn't have anything to do
I
with
said more than you did, bro.
Yeah, you okay? So you get a point, Emperor. We're gonna move you up a square, and Trey, you stay in the bleachers for the next 3 to 5 minutes. So Ron can play this clip. Don't say
Turkey,
nothing
bro.
else.
That was turkey right there.
That was ridiculous.
I just want to believe women at the expense of men. Why isn't Amber Heard in jail? Because of the Me Too movement. You guys push believing all rape victims, and now we have rape.
Amber Heard had to pay out a massive settlement.
Yeah, but why isn't she in jail?
You want her in jail?
Yes.
Well,
she ruined his
the penalties for defamation are what the court's decision is. Right? You want people to go to prison for defamation?
He had to go to 2 different countries to clear his name. Why isn't she in jail? He lost millions of dollars.
To be clear, you think the penalty for defamation is prison time?
I think the penalty for a false accusation is that the woman should get the same time that he would have gotten if he was found guilty.
Men don't go to prison for defamation.
No, hold on.
And see, this is the
Nobody goes to prison for defamation. Was there a false police report filed? Now that you can be held for false filing a police report, perjury, those type of things, testifying, but just defaming and gossip and slander. No, nobody's going to jail, male nor woman, for that. We are all right now be catching charges up on this YouTube.
If he was already in court, that means there must have been some charges.
Well, we all going to jail.
They were divorced. They was going through. Amber Heard and what his name was going through.
So okay, Risa, there was no criminal case, so no actual police report, just a he say back and forth.
She's sitting on his sheets at the house or some shit like that.
Yeah, if slander was going to jail, y'all, YouTube be shut down. Okay, I'm just stating because we be up on here doing, Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to clear that up. I wasn't sure. Thank you, Sharon.
No, that was just crazy what she tried to,
because it was just slander. Like, girl, she'll be going to jail too. She'll be over there slandering and doing all type of stuff.
Absolutely.
If anything,
she did on black men, she'd be in jail.
Problem with feminists, you want all these freedoms, but you won't actually be equal.
I do want equality.
No, if you wanted to be equal, you would fight for 50-50 child support, no alimony.
No alimony.
She blanked.
So again, if a woman decided to forego working, decided to stay home to raise the children, and the marriage doesn't work out, she's got no income whatsoever. She doesn't deserve any alimony.
Women aren't even doing that. Number one, that's not even women are not staying home with the kids. And number two, you have daycare.
A lot of women do these days.
You
actually.
have daycare.
The traditional women who want to stay home, they want to be traditional wives. You trash them all the time, which I don't understand.
Look,
it seems like women can't do anything right when it comes to you, right? They're stay-at-home moms. They're traditional.
I understand that you can personally attack me.
I'm not personally attacking you. Okay. These are things that you have said on the record multiple times.
Yo, Pearl is ready to punch that girl in her face, boy.
But you know why, Sharon? You can remember when I told you she's looking at her like you got some nerve. You're on the Forbes list. You're a multimillionaire. You don't even believe in having kids. And you actually want to sit up here and give me that smirk like I don't know you, girl. We know each other. That's the type of shit they do in their societies and in their group. We both are ahead of the curve. And the fact that you don't even want to have kids or can't either or, and you're a multimillionaire and you're up here talking. That's what Pearl was giving. I don't like either one. I'm not for either one, but Pearl was giving. You're real bold. You can't relate to any of this. You don't even know how to hold a baby. You have no intentions of having one. You late 30s. You about to pick out. I don't know if she can have one because I think Anna might be like 39. No, she's like 10 years older than Pearl. So you about to them eggs ain't unless she got something frozen from 15 years ago. You're pushing it, so it's more than likely pushing 40. I doubt Anna is really going to have kids. She said she don't want any, so she say, or she can't. Either way, her having that conversation and really leaning into it like she's standing on business. That's what Pearl is giving her. Like, stop playing. You about to go to your ivory tower, your penthouse suite, pull off in your
Get it, Beachy.
with your personal driver.
Get it, girl.
You got somebody back there doing your makeup. Pearl, like,
see
you got
through
a whole
that shit.
makeup artist back there who just did your whole face.
That part.
Stop playing with me like you about that struggle life. That's all Pearl was trying. She didn't have.
Hold on.
Read between the lines up in here.
Hold on, Emperor. Do that move again.
Thank you. Read between the lines up in here. Read between the lines. You feel me? Get him, Beachy.
Yeah, but I disagree with Beachy, right? So it's a woman's choice whether she have children or not, and she don't have to have children to speak on the realities of the world in which we are living in. Pearl, on the other hand, tell men not to even marry women, but we know Anna is married. Why? So one of these women are against women, and the other one is not against women.
Yeah, Anna's married to a 6'1" Chad. He was on a couch and everything. That's a straight up Chad. She married to him.
They both playing. What it is Pearl. They both playing a she devil game, okay? And ain't nothing they saying both that neither one of them have merit or any type of credibility to be speaking on the topics they are, even as being a married.
One of them is married.
Now Beachy starting to say what I first said when I came in. What did I say, Sean? What did I say? I said, how do I feel about this conversation?
Her sweetheart, rich husband. Okay. Who wait, like I said, I think she just hit to promote his new album that drops next month, I believe. Anna came on the debate. The Slick try to get people to search and promote her husband's album that's coming out. She not
Sean, do the DJ move. Do the DJ move.
Anna is a woman in her own right. She don't. What do you mean? She's known just for Anna. In fact, I didn't even know she was married until this debate. So, like, what are you saying?
I was.
Yeah, I agree too. I didn't know she was married into this debate as well. Also, shout out to the Shiesty Bomb 199. Everyone don't want kids. It's not a qualifier.
I know. But when you talking like you understand child care and
for the last 5 years, all I heard was you don't have a child. Why are you even speaking? That's all I heard. I mean, that's
now you can speak on it, just like you don't have to have cancer to be a person to represent and speak for the cancer research.
Oh yeah,
and things like that. You don't have to be, but no, when you get that energy off of I'm about that life, the struggle for women trying to make it, and needing a child. She'll never need no dang on alimony. You whatever, girl. You on the Forbes and stop. Ain't nobody from no Forbes is gonna come down here and try to tell me and have me sign with them. Like, yeah. I learned something new from you. They know I learned the truth that y'all rich white people that got too much time on their hand and they create stuff to do. They was bored and they said, "Hey, let's come up with a debate. What are we going to talk about? I don't know. Let's just make it up as we go along." That's what I do.
But she was there to debate feminism, and I guess with her job that she talks about those issues. I'm assuming. I don't know because I don't know Anna. I know very little of her. I went to her show before. They kicked me off. So that's as much.
TYT. Have you ever watched TYT? That's who she was.
Well, Anna also is an atheist. She don't believe in no God. You can't trust nobody who.
I don't believe in God neither.
No God.
Not the God you believe
no,
in.
No God. I said she don't believe in no God. Not Hindu, not Kabbalah, not Buddha, not Christ, not goddamn on the octagon. Like it's a billion God. She believes in nobody. She believes in her own self and being her own God.
Spaghetti monsters.
Yeah, that's okay.
But that's where morality stems from, though.
It's Kasparians. They believe in the flying spaghetti monster.
I just want to know. You brought that up because what you say? If you don't believe in God, you don't have no morality, or like what is?
I mean, there's moral foundation in most of those mentioned texts, and if you're not going by those mentioned texts, how could you gauge morality? Unless you're going off of feelings, and then that's just subjective.
So you saying that you gotta
God. I just told y'all.
Let me have an understanding. The Emperor, you saying you need religion to have morality.
You need a standard that everybody can agree with to have morality.
That's
and most society. Religions are easy to agree with when it comes to morality.
Okay,
most.
Fine, but do you need religion to be moral?
Well, it depends on what you look at religion as. I look at it as human history. I look at religion not as like a spiritual thing, but as a human history that was actually recorded from those perspectives of those people that were involved in that tradition. So for Jewish, for example, the Torah, the Old Testament, that's their Jewish history, has their bloodlines in it. You could do the same thing for the Asians with their dynasties and their Chao Yang emperors and stuff. And you could go, I'm telling you, this is all perspective of the history. But if you go back far enough, you start to see floods everywhere. Okay, so then you can start laying things over, and if they're in different lands, now you're getting a bigger picture of the concept.
We having floods
What
everywhere
is
today.
good and what
What
is
they got
evil?
to do with anything? Floods are happening today.
Well, what Emperor's
I
trying
get
to
it.
say, y'all, if you study the whole everybody's religion and all the gods, there is a common denominator. There's a meeting of the minds where most will say, well, with the exception of Mayans and stuff, you shouldn't eat your baby. You shouldn't be killing. Like no, I'm not trying to be funny, but no, that's a code that was actually going on in the dang Old Testament. People, when a famine came, they would eat their young children to survive. So this was something like a cult, somebody to come in and say, hold on a minute, what are you doing here? There is a code collectively where some people get, okay, you shouldn't be sacrificing, doing some weird blood sacrifice with your children. Like there is a code, we get it. They're different, and you're not going to agree. And some things are really far out there, but it does give some type of standard. Like I'm more likely to trust a Buddhist than somebody who don't have no type of thing standing on. They capable of anything. They their own God. I'm more likely to trust
Okay,
someone
hold
with
on.
a
So let me
standard.
understand. So morality.
What?
Hold on. Morality means to have an understanding between right and wrong. And you saying if you don't have a religion, you cannot understand the difference between right and wrong.
You might
Correct.
not.
If you're the way you're asking the question, the answer is obviously no. But if you don't ask the question that way and you say, can religion be a good base for morality? Yes, absolutely.
That's why I gotta answer the question in a hard stance so we can understand what's the logic and make sure the logic fills out the rest of the way. And now we see that the logic is not logic.
Thank you, Sharon, because when you asked that question, I said no off the break. But I was trying to figure out where this was going. Like, hold on, wait. So you telling me I got to be a Buddhist, a Christian, a Jew?
I'm telling you, that's where most of our laws come from anyway.
Yeah, they do.
Time out. No.
So you already are by default.
Hold on.
You just want peace and safety, don't you? You don't want to harm anyone. You don't want anyone to harm you.
I wanna get everybody in, and before that, but I also want to say in religion as well, they had sacrifices where they were actually deleting people. But go ahead, Trey.
Right.
All I'm saying is
that's
you gotta
history.
be either a Christian, a Jew, a Buddhist to understand that
stealing is wrong.
this isn't no. You have to be a Christian or a Buddhist to understand that I'm not gonna let this person talk to me any type of way. Right?
Well, it depends.
Nobody ever said that, bro.
Like,
You shooting at the moon, but you aiming at the stars. Come on, man. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm saying you talking about having a moral standard. You talking about having a moral standard. That's a simple moral standard. I'm not about to let this person talk to me any type of way, right?
That's not really a moral standard.
Hey, somebody, bro, somebody could run up and tell you, hey, I love you. And that could be the biggest insult to you.
How dare you, nigga? Like,
how dare you love me? You don't know me. Like,
how dare you?
You know
love
how
me,
people be
bum-ass
acting, bro?
nigga?
I'm just saying, like, come on, man, it ain't make no sense. Aiming at the
moral
moon, shooting at the stars, bro. Come on, man.
And y'all, we got to get in for another point. He's right.
If you don't understand, you don't understand.
Y'all don't realize you're participating in religions that were set forth, like for instance, bankruptcy, and also charge-offs for the 7-year rule, and also how you can, if you have a warrant other than for federal warrants and most wanted, can fall off your record in 7 years if they don't catch you. That comes in from the Jewish law that came in with the 7-year rule that God put in place to change the land every 7 years, and now that's transferred over to how we use it now for credit, bankruptcy, chapter 7, warrants fall off in 7 years, traffic violations fall off in 7 years, and then lastly, what was the other thing? 7-year rule fall off.
Yeah, but no matter what number of days you Christians related, no matter how many days it would have been or years, you Christians will be able to relate it to a Bible in some way. If it's 2 days, if it's 1 day.
No, that's 7-year rule. Actually,
I'm about to bust your bubble. Go ahead, Bomb. Go ahead. I'm about to bust your bubble.
I'm saying
you don't gotta be Christian. And that 7-year rule's not Christian, though. That 7-year rule goes back to Jewish times and also Muslim. That's in the Quran too. Don't got nothing to do with Christianity.
Okay, but they have religions older than those two. So if you don't know Buddhism and Hinduism, go and find it there.
Okay, well, the Bible speaks about that too. Hold on, wait. The Bible tells about all of this. Everything you're saying, Bomb, the Bible speaks about it.
Yes,
it does.
Yes, because regular people wrote it.
To me any type of way, but you can get out in 7 years.
No, guess what God did?
No,
God took Abraham.
No, you don't know about the Bible.
From all those gods that his family was.
King James himself said that.
I got a warrant. That don't last for 7 years. But
hey, listen, I would just hide the Bible and whoop your ass if God's watching. That's all.
Hey, you quoted almost that whole song.
Pop out.
You don't need no Bible or no religion to have.
Y'all don't understand.
And standards like that's.
Y'all don't understand. Sharon has quoted "Not Like Us" all day, left and right. I've been listening to this man shoot single bars from this whole song for the last 8 hours.
And we're not gonna talk about Kendrick Lamar. You're not gonna put foot down our guy, okay?
Hey, look, that's my that's my Gemini brother, Beachy. You know
I went and saw him live, me and my daughter 6 months ago, and it was the best show ever. So look, hey, I get it. It's some good stuff in there. So yeah, keep on quoting that Lamar. Okay, he was the revolution is televised. All right, y'all gotta hear it.
But if you cared about equality, you would care about false accusations.
I do care about false accusations.
You don't.
You don't know me. You don't know what I care about.
Look, all right. Let's talk about rights that men do not have. Men do not have the right to be enlisted in selective service. You know, we have 125K men who were drafted and buried overseas. Think about that over a second. You talk about the oppressions of the past, but how many men died in World War I and World War II? And yet Anna complains about oppression.
Hey, I just want to say, I know we be talking about black men and they reading level. Clearly, her reading level is not very high. This is bad reading.
It's bad.
This is not how you.
Well, she shouldn't even supposed to be reading. She's supposed to be debating, having notes.
Having notes, but not reading.
Right.
Come on.
Men do not have the right to face their accuser in court when they have a false allegation and for personal protection orders that strips constitutional rights away from the man. Women go before a judge and say they don't feel safe, and more than likely a PP order will be issued. The man was not in court, had no say, has no defense, and does not get to face his accuser. That is done en masse, and many servicemen and first responders lose their careers over this because it strips a man's Second Amendment rights away based on no evidence. Men do not have the right to raise their children. Divorce is no fault, but when it comes to child custody, it's always the man's fault. He loses his children to the system. 96 hours a month.
Yeah, so this woman is lying. Everything she said, a man has a right to face his accuser. Now, if he don't show up after they give him the court date, then that's on him, right? It's his responsibility to show up. So everything she said is telling lies, right? She just lied.
I don't know, man.
That's false. When the last time you've been in court? First of all, if you get accused of something, right? No, time out. Let me tell you how this works. If you get accused of something, you feel what I'm saying? Boom. You don't get served with no papers. You don't even know you have court. You don't even know that you have court, right? Boom. So you don't go to court. Next thing you know, you got a warrant out.
That's right.
No, this is a lie.
What are you talking about? You don't
I don't put out a couple warrants.
Now I got a warrant. Out of something
Yeah.
I don't even know that I didn't know I even got accused. What are we talking about? You already sitting in jail for some shit that you got accused of.
No,
what are you talking about?
No,
he's
listen.
right.
No,
I
he's
put out
wrong.
a couple of warrants,
Well,
and I had to
listen.
prove my case when we got to court. But I filled out the police report, went down there to that
I
circuit
could've
court.
sworn I was
got
talking.
an
I must
issue
be. Am I
going
set
on. I
on
just
low?
wanted to say
I
you
must
can't
be set on real low. Am I low?
Fuck out of
Because
here.
for some reason,
If I
so
don't
my
get served,
son,
if
my
I don't
son,
get served,
hello.
why should I have a
Hold
warrant?
on, y'all. Hold on, Gab Bob Cherry.
Okay, so my son got accused of doing something, and you know how he found out? Because she was able to do the little thing on the internet, and then police showed up at the door to say, "Hey, this is what it is," and you got to show up on
You got
court.
served. He got served.
Yes, because
After you
that's
get
what
served, you have to show up.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. That's what happens. You get served.
What I'm saying, hold on, wait, time out. What I'm saying is people are getting warrants and they haven't even been served. That's what you're not understanding.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, that could be true if it has something to do with something you didn't do. Like for instance, you got a speeding ticket and you didn't pay it, right? And then you forgot about it, and then next thing you know, your ass it got a warrant, but you already knew you were supposed to go to court. You just missed it. Don't act like you're not getting warnings.
You ain't know that you ain't going to court. You ain't never get no mail. What are you talking about? Most people know that they're going to court when they get some mail, right? And what happens is you got your address? You will be in your car. No, time out. No, you will be in your car.
Look at him about to lie. Go ahead.
Your car.
Go
you
ahead.
said, do I have an address?
Yes. If you on your driving license, it's your
you understand?
responsibility
Do you understand that people move? Do you understand?
Yes, and it's your responsibility to go change your address. That's what your ID is for. If you moved and you didn't notify them, then that's on you, grown man.
No, it's not.
Like an adult.
No, it's not. Because no, it's not. No, it's not. Because if that mail, no, it's not. Because if that mail goes to the wrong address, right? Because when you move, most likely you went to the MVA, you already put that in right? When you move, hold away, time out. No, because when you get accused, the people give them the address, right? Boom. So they go to that address, you feel what I'm saying? 9 times out of 10. I was about to say 9 times out of 10 nowadays, what people do is they'll put their mother address or somebody address on the junk, right? For their mail, right? That's where they send their mail, right? And
who the fuck does that?
Live in another. Hold on, wait, time out. They will live.
Shit, I do it.
They will live in another house, right? And people do this all the time for car insurance reasons, etc.
But go get your address, go get your mail.
Time out.
It gives me a reason to go visit my family.
That's a good one.
Time out.
Go get your mail.
Time out. No.
Exactly.
So you have an out-of-state address. All your mail going out of state. Who has time to be going out of state all the time?
The person who got their mail going out of state.
Well, like I said, look, bro. I get what you're saying, bro, and I'm gonna agree with you because I got some of my mail going to some of my family's house. You feel me? Now that gives me a reason to go see them during the holidays or whatever when I get a break. Keeps our family together because we all got somewhere we can meet up if we want to.
But
so we got a location. I appreciate that.
Because they using an MVA, they using an MVA address, right? So 9 times out of 10, that address that they sending that mail to is strictly cars, insurance purposes. You already paying your insurance. You're not going to that. You're not going there. Your insurance is paid. What are we talking about?
Okay,
bro, what the fuck?
Now you taking me somewhere else though, bro. I don't know.
I know y'all hear me talking. Hold on. So, only criminals have they mail other places, so you can have an excuse not to show
true.
up.
That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. You got people. That is not true.
You need to roll one of these up real quick.
That is not true. You got people that's living in. You got people that's living in multi people. No, you got people that's living in multi-people households that get their mail sent somewhere else, and they're not doing nothing criminal.
Trey. Yeah, hold on, Sharon.
Can you hear me trying to talk? Can you hear me trying to talk? Thank y'all.
All right, go ahead. Let me get next. Go ahead, Sharon.
Shit. So again, it's okay to be the gingerbread man. I get it. When you get pulled over and you say you got a warrant, you're gonna be like, huh? I got a warrant? What you mean? I ain't getting no mail.
Nigga, I had a warrant for a fucking MTA ticket. What are we talking about?
Listen,
MTA ticket.
hold on, guys. Hold on.
MTA ticket. What are we talking about?
You can
Bro,
get
I swear to God, bro, like, bro, they giving warrants out for anything nowadays, bro. Bro, I swear to God, bro, they give a warrant out for anything, bro.
All right, listen.
Bro, and mind you,
let me tell y'all
I
how
called the police on myself. I ran into a deer. I ran into a deer. It was dark. I called the police. They said they take me to jail for an MTA warrant. I'm on my way to work. What are we talking about? Bro, they give you warrants for anything nowadays. You go to jail for spitting on the goddamn. Bro, stop.
You snitching, bro. You snitching on a whole lot of people right now, bro. You need to.
But BG gonna tell you how the last warrant I got issued on somebody. I'm gonna tell you how I did it.
Are you serious?
Okay.
Hold on.
Bro, a fucking bro. I swear, bro, an MTA ticket, bro.
Trey.
The argument was, can someone put a warrant out without being served court papers? You all are deviating. The question is, can someone have the issue warrant without being served? Absolutely, you can. How I do that is if you commit a crime against me and you have done something, I contact the sheriff's department, I give a statement. They then write something up. Once I get that statement, I take that down to the judicial administrative court and ask for a warrant to be issued on the person that I said committed these crimes. Now, it is going to be up to me to prove that I didn't falsely put a warrant out on them, or it's going to turn back around and I'm going to be served charges. And it is not my fault if the person, like that last individual, gave a mama address on his ID. So what I did was, because if I put a warrant out on you, they're gonna come pick you up. I went to his actual residence, called the police, and said, "Here he go, there his car. You need to come and arrest this man. He's a criminal, and I have here's the warrant I have put on him." That guy will have to go turn himself in or be arrested, and then only in court, which is why they're guilty to proven innocent. Tread lightly with that, because if you are guilty, if you're not guilty, you still gonna get that warrant. So don't do stuff to put yourself in a situation. And if someone lies and it's that person's, it'll fall back on me. Like, ma'am, this didn't happen. But you can't get a warrant issued without being served. If I would have had to lie for somebody to come back and then charge me with bearing false witness, perjury, all of that. But to get a warrant issued on somebody, all you need is a sheriff's department, a police report, and to go right down there to the municipal court and say, I want a warrant issued on Emperor for third-degree assault. This man beat me up, and they're gonna issue a warrant based on the facts that I give it in the police report. Now, should I get to court and my story ain't what it says, then that warrant will be dismissed.
That's all it takes. All it takes is an accusation.
See, you know why she used me as an example? It's because I'm the scariest one up here.
Hold on.
Does my mic work? I just want to make sure. Like, I'm not muted.
Yeah, we can hear you. But Sharon saying something.
Hey, Smitty, mind you. Hold on.
Wait, Sharon is talking. Hold on.
I just don't want to hear from the one nigga who been locked up the most of the damn time. That shit, wow.
Hold on. They forgot you that your ass was even here. I'm gonna pass it to you just now. And I just want to say, this is why I keep getting warrants from the Rim Bros, because I'll be whooping that ass on these goddamn talking.
Shut up, man.
Smitty.
Man, look, and second of all, don't call me that again.
Smitty, your microphone is breaking up. We can't hear you.
Sure, man.
Your microphone hating on you, bro.
Sure.
And hold on, wait, because Smitty know what I'm talking about. And listen, right? And the reason why the shit was crazy is because I did have an MTA. It was the 1 in the 90-minute pass jumps. You feel what I'm saying? And a man going to try to tell me I couldn't ride the goddamn the bus and the light rail on a 90-minute pass. Bruh, flabbergasted.
All right, go ahead. You got Joshua.
All right. Well, if you're getting a bus pass, it better be a 24-hour one, and you better make sure you get at the same time every day, or you get the 6. You get the 6-month one, or you get the year one. If you're going in, bro, go all the way in. If you know you're gonna be walking, you know you're gonna be riding the bus, get your year pass, get your 2-year pass, because you know you're gonna be on it. Period.
It ain't no year pass, dog. It's monthlies and weeklies. What are you talking about?
I know that. I've seen a monthly. I've seen a 6 monthly.
You a murderer?
Nah. Arizona, they got a 6-month pass.
So you know nothing about the 90 minutes. You know
Look,
nothing about the goddamn 160.
The boonies.
One
You're
way.
right.
You don't know nothing about that. You don't know
I
nothing
don't know about
that.
the boonies. You're right. I know about
we got one way.
civilization.
We got 90 minutes. We got day passes. We got weeklies. We got monthlies. Chill out.
I know where I'm from. It's more civilized than other places, and you guys should go ahead and go to your local little elections
chill out.
and stuff.
You don't know what's going. Chill out.
All
You feel what I'm saying? Chill
have
out.
an argument about Joshua. Okay, so we're gonna go Joshua, Smitty, and then we're gonna welcome in the verbal assassin. So Joshua, Smitty, the verbal assassin. Go ahead.
Okay, so that whole conversation pissed me the fuck off. That shit was ignorant. First and foremost, I don't give a fuck who you are. You're a grown ass man. The minute you move addresses, you're supposed to go to the fucking DPS or log on and get your shit changed. That's goofy shit. I'm getting my mail sent to my mama's house. Nigga, then you're not an adult. Come on, get the fuck out, man. Get off the road with that dumb shit. Second of all,
niggas get that mail sent. Man, get the fuck out of here. Niggas get that mail sent to different places all the time. What are you talking about?
Nigga, that's goofy.
What world you living in? What the
grown
fuck
ass
world you
men
living
don't do
in?
that. Grown ass men don't do
You ain't
that.
living in the real world, dog. You ain't living
My
in the
nigga,
real world,
grown
dog.
man
Hey,
don't do that.
Shadow, that's subjective, bro. We can't even bark up that tree. That's subjective, bro.
Let him finish.
Bro,
That's your opinion. Go ahead,
you
Shadow.
can use a different address. You can use a different address at the MVA than you do at the bank. God damn it.
Let him finish his thought, Trey.
No, all of my addresses go to my fucking house. Every single one of them.
Well, that's why your insurance so goddamn high.
When the feds came and got me, they came to my fucking house. You know why? Because I'm a grown ass man. I pay for my fucking house.
Hey, listen, well, that MVA, and that motherfucking insurance say, goddamn, I pay less if I use this address.
My insurance goes to my house.
I don't give a fuck about what you talking about. Fuck what you talking about. My money, my money more important than goddamn what the fuck ever. You not a grown ass man because you ain't using the address. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
Let me teach you something about math real quick. So here's what happens in the insurance claim.
You sound dumb as shit.
I would teach you some shit.
I want to respond to Shadow when he's done.
You can't teach me nothing. You work at Amazon, bro. You work at Amazon. What we talking about?
Trey,
How you know you're dumb? Bro, that's how you know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You're whispering. They don't hear you because you.
All right.
Okay.
Can I answer Shadow?
Hold on. Let Joshua finish fully. So we got Josh, Smitty, and Verbal Assassin. Please let people finish their thoughts. Go ahead, Josh.
So first and foremost, if you actually get your insurance to another address and you get in an accident in your fucking vehicle, when the insurance company sends the paperwork to that and you don't claim it, you forfeit that fucking claim. That's why grown ass people don't do that. That's why when you get your insurance shit, it goes to you. The reason why grown ass people handle their shit themselves is because when you have to handle something, whether it's your fucking credit, your house, or your goddamn kids, you send it to your fucking address. That's weird ass shit. That's the kind of goofy ass shit that gets us in trouble now.
You do what you do, dog.
Oh my gosh, brother.
All right, can I respond?
I can give a fuck about all that energy. You pay whatever you want to pay.
Trey, we holding the line. Smitty, then the Verbal Assassin. Go ahead.
Fucking goofy.
Can you hear me a little more better now?
Yeah.
All right. Now I don't know what's going on. All right. So look, right. So I don't know anybody who's been locked up more than me on this panel right now. I'm not proud of that, but I'm just saying, like, it's crazy.
How long you did it? How long Joshua did? I don't know. We're gonna find out. How long you did?
I did 7.5 out of 11 years.
Oh,
I did 8-9.
Yeah,
I did 8-9.
All right, so he did a little more than you, Smitty.
So you was being bad, huh, Shadow?
So
no, 87.5.
We just wanted clarity. So go ahead, Smitty. So you are not the longest criminal. No, you are not.
Yeah. I'm proud of that. Thank you for that. Thank you, Shadow, for redeeming me. So my thing is this, right? All right. So first and foremost, I wanted to respond to Trey because I know how far we go. Trey, the fact is, as somebody who definitely knows all about FTAs, failure to appear, right? So when you get FTAs, the fact is, not one time ever have I sat in front of a commissioner and I was able to tell them that ignorance of the law was an excuse. Bro, no matter what your address is or whatever, the fact is, dog, it is true. You know, Shadow, you know, you made a little point right there. As a grown man, you know. But what I know is this: to land it, dudes that generally do not show up to court and they say they had a new address, it's because they running them people. That's why. Generally, the dudes that be missing court a lot is because they on the streets. They used to have an address, now they don't have a mailing address, and so that mail came to where they used to live.
Oh, that make you see where I'm going with
I
this.
said no. Verbal assassin. When did your voice get so deep, Verb? I said verbal assassin after Smitty.
So I'm just saying, you know, in a nutshell, like, yeah, Trey, the fact is that, bruh, all of that, who gonna be doing all of that? You don't have to do a damn thing. When you got that bench warrant that never goes away and you got to look over your shoulders until you get that daggone thing corrected, bruh, it is what it is. So I just wanted to throw that piece in before we got too far. Thank you very much. I digress. My mic is muted.
Go ahead, verbal assassin.
Hi. Hey everybody, how y'all doing?
Hey,
Verbal. Hey, Bob, I'm gonna call you, okay? Listen, I don't know what. Hold on one second. You know what? I have to answer the door. Let me just. I gotta go back on mute.
Okay. Go ahead, Trey. You get your shot, and then the Emperor.
No, I'm just saying, y'all make it seem like it ain't motherfucking a lot of 19, 20-year-olds out here that's running around homeless and shit. You feel what I'm saying? House to house, ain't there getting no mail and showing up because these are the people that we talking about right now. These are the people that we talking. They ain't there getting no mail now. They got warrants and shit. They ain't there you know about. So,
okay, I'm back.
Go ahead, Bert.
Okay, so the warrant thing is ridiculous. For what Joshua was saying, what Baum was saying, and I think was that Smitty. Whatever it is, you very only in specific circumstances would you not have a notice that would be for a failure to appear, which you do get a ticket, so you know you got to do something with that ticket. Now, if you throw the ticket in the bottom of your sock drawer and forget about it, that's on you. You're going to get another piece of mail that's going to tell you that your ticket has doubled. It's going to tell you when you need to pay it. If you ignore it again, it's going to keep going up, or you may have a court date. If you don't show up to court, you're going to get a failure to appear.
I already know that's the little MTA shit. We already know that was on
I think I'm talking. I think I'm talking.
But we talking about domestic violence situations.
Trey, can you hear us, Trey?
Like when people go up
I
to
think
the
I'm
court
talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. Yeah. That's why your ass got so many failures to appear, because you don't listen and follow directions.
Fuck out of here. I only got that one.
Yeah, that's what the judge told you when he put them handcuffs on your ass and pulled you to the back, right? Huh? I know.
It wasn't even a jailable offense anyway. Fuck is you talking about?
I think you need to go back to jail. Go back to jail.
Go back to jail?
Ooh. Yes, please. Hurry up.
And what do you know about my life?
Hurry up and go back to jail.
How long have I spent in jail? Since you know so much about
Not long enough. Not long enough.
Not long enough.
And not at all.
You know
not even close to long enough have you spent in jail.
You got it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. The other thing.
No, fuck you still talking? Here. No, you got me fucked up.
No, them courts got you fucked up.
Yo,
them courts and them handcuffs that they be Christmas slapping on your ass every 2 months. Them's is what got you fucked up, not me.
Damn,
see, because I don't be having warrants and failures to appear. You do. My bills and all of my stuff come to my house because I got my own place. You don't got your own place. Okay?
Okay. It's 9 hours. Y'all got me effed up.
He's cut me off, Sharon, and that wasn't right because I was really about to rap a tap on homegirl's head. But he was interrupting me. But that's all right. I'll catch her outside.
Beachy or
Beachy. I'll catch her outside.
So what's your final words, sir?
Okay, so my final words I will say is that Beachy left out a lot when she talked about getting a warrant. The second way to get a warrant is for some type of actual crime, like something you do against another person. Civilians can't just go and tell the cops to put a warrant on you and then they go do it. That's not how that works. You go on, you report your crime, you provide whatever evidence you have, whatever witnesses that you have. The police will then investigate it. And if they find probable cause, they have to go to the justice or the magistrate and ask the justice or the magistrate to go ahead and put out a warrant for your arrest. Okay? Okay. So there's a lot of steps that she mixed up that she didn't add. You didn't add all. There's more steps, Beachy, my love.
Didn't I say the police report? First thing for me to fill out a police report, that means I'm reporting a crime. I thought it was understood.
No, it wasn't understood because you skipped the parts that I just said. So what you said was, yes, you go to the police and then you skipped some stuff and you said that what you would tell them is to put a warrant on these people and then they go put a warrant on them. And you initially said that you, ma'am, I can go and put a warrant on you. No, you don't get to put warrants on people.
I said if you do a crime against me, I'm calling, doing a police report. If the charges, and once he writes it up, I'm taking that paper, okay, down to municipal and to the DA's office, and I'm gonna request a warrant to be issued.
Ma'am, that is not how. Well, that's not how it works, ma'am. Civilians, no, that has to go through the courts of the judge. Okay.
Okay, I don't know where y'all at. But
girl, we are in the same United States as you, okay? And I don't want to live nowhere where you live at if you can just come out your kitchen after baking your cookies and walk across the street and put a warrant on me. No, ma'am.
No, verbal.
No, ma'am. That's not how it works, honey.
If a crime has been committed against me, an actual crime, and I done called the police, he's not going to write up a report of nothing that didn't happen. So I skipped the steps I skipped. Were the ones that I assume everybody would just get. Okay, something must have happened. The police have been called. They wrote up a report. Must have been somebody else there that witnessed it. They will write that report up. And then he will tell me, the sheriff's department, take this to the municipal court and tell them you want a warrant issue. This is what you can't tell me what I ain't did when we just did this, and I put the whole thing on YouTube and the whole thing
again don't put. My point is that you as a civilian do not put warrants on people, and you can't just go in and say somebody did something to me and then they'll just be like, for real, Beachy, and then write you up a little piece of paper and tell you go put a warrant on. So that's not how it works. So I was filling in for the people who would actually be like, oh, I can go down to my police department and just tell them to put a warrant on somebody. No, we have to be clear when we're on these panels. So that's what I was doing. Okay. Judges do that, not civilians. All right, you guys, I'm gonna bounce off.
Well, unfortunately, you all are gonna have to. No one can undo my cases. Nobody can undo my victories in court. And if you play with me, pull off and think you done got away, I'm gonna know how to find you. I'm calling the authorities. They will investigate. Probably there's usually somebody around a witness, or I got footage. I got all type of stuff that done happened to me. I'm the queen of you going to jail, nigga. They know this about me. I'm gonna go down there to take that document to the municipal court and also say, this is what I got. I want him charged, and I tell them I want to press charges. Once they do that, they put the warrant out. It ain't whether or not they're gonna know or not. It's not my problem. But I want you to get arrested because I don't want you to just be skating by dodging with these wrong addresses you niggas talking about. So I'm gonna find where you live at and stand outside your house and call and say, "Here they go, officer. This the house he at, not his mama's. Come and pick him up. I have a warrant against this person for this X amount of charges." And I got that on a whole live stream. If y'all want to go watch it for pure entertainment of how I did that, baby. And they picked him up and took him to jail. Black men, of course, yelling mad because y'all didn't know it could be done that way. But that's how I did it. And I'll do it again. Play with me in minds, and you will find you got a warrant out and charges, and I'm going to win in court. And you're going to jail. And that's how it's gonna always be.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me